which I once even liked, could no longer cradle the possibility. It broke me in ways I cannot fully describe. And yet, in that breaking, I found resolve. My story is not mine alone. It is an echo of so many women and men who bear the hidden weight of infertility. It is why Rainbow Heart Foundation must stand stronger, louder, and more unwavering than ever before. Because behind every statistic is a heart like mine, still beating, still hoping, and still yearning. At RHF, we've not stood still. We've expanded our support groups and outreach into more communities. We've built new partnerships with hospitals, international networks, and industry leaders. And perhaps most importantly, we have continued to provide safe spaces where lived experiences can share without fear and shame. But this is only the beginning. Our vision is to see a Uganda and indeed an Africa where fertility care is accessible, affordable, and embraced as part of our comprehensive healthcare. We aim to strengthen our support systems, influence policy and legal frameworks, and push the financial models, including insurance, that ensure no one is left behind. This work cannot be done by RHF alone. It requires each of us here today, policymakers, healthcare providers, media professionals, researchers, private sector actors, and advocates, to lend your voice, your expertise, and your resources. Together we can move forward, we can move beyond the silence and build a future where infertility is not just a debate struggle, but a shared responsibility. RHF cannot walk this road alone. Infertility is a public health, social, and economic issue. It demands the engagement of many stakeholders: the government, the private sector, healthcare professionals, media, NGOs, researchers, and the community. Each has a unique role, and only together can we create the change we envision. Each of these groups is indispensable. The government must ensure infertility is not left behind in health policy and budgets. Clinics, insurers, and pharma must make treatment both accessible and affordable. Media has the power to transform public perception and make silence impossible. Academia ensures decisions are guided by evidence, not assumptions. NGOs like RHF bring lived experiences and community voices into the policy spaces. Faith and cultural leaders can shift norms and create acceptance where stigma runs deep. Donors can provide resources to sustain the work beyond events. Families and individuals bring the human face of the issue. Their stories are what move hearts and shape action. Together we form the ecosystem of change. This is the moment where I invite you, not just as professionals, but as people, to be part of this journey. Infertility is not a healthcare struggle, it is a public health, social and economic challenge that affects families, workplaces, and the entire community. We cannot confront it in silence. We need the public sector to strengthen laws, policies, and funding. We need the private sector, especially insurers, hospitals, employers, to design models that make fertility care affordable and accessible. We need the media to continue breaking stigma and shaping new narratives. And we need communities and faith spaces to offer compassion rather than silence and shame. Rainbow Heart Foundation has come far without external funding, carried on personal sacrifice, and the goodwill of our community sponsors. But imagine what more we could do if the weight was shared. If government institutions, private sector leaders, health providers, insurers, researchers, and the media all came together with us, imagine the voices we would amplify, the policies we could shape, the families we would support. Infertility is not my story. It's not just my story. Infertility is not just a region story. It is a national story, it is a regional story, it is a human story. And the responsibility to address it does not only rest on our NGO. RHF is ready to keep leading and advocating, but we cannot do it alone. We need your voices, your expertise, your partnerships, and your commitment. Together, let us move beyond silence to build a future where infertility is met with understanding, where care is equitable, and where every person's dream of a family is within reach. Thank you. Hello? Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Fiona. And for those who are probably still wondering, because I realize I didn't introduce her very well, I will do the honors now. Fiona Nanasi is the founder and director of Rainbow Hearts Foundation, and it's the organization that's hosting this symposium. She founded it in 2021, and since then she has spearheaded community awareness campaigns, established support groups, organized fertility walks, and the symposium. This is the second of its kind. Under her leadership, RHF has built impactful partnerships with hospitals, fertility hospitals, mental health advocates, private and public sector players, and international networks, amplifying its voice in policy, media, and community spaces. Fiona is deeply passionate about the family unit, as you heard from the passion in her voice. She's passionate about women's health and mental well-being. She's a commitment to ensuring that no one faces infertility in silence or in isolation. Fiona is currently pursuing a master's degree in public health at Brunel University in the UK, and her studies are aimed at strengthening her commitment to addressing health inequities, particularly those linked to reproductive health and infertility. Yes, that is Fiona. Thank you very much. I like how you put the whole ecosystem together. I think now we can all see how it all comes together if we were wondering what that is. And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we put a program on your tables. You should be able to quickly follow and see what's going on next. Yes, we have him here again. He was here the first time. He saw what we were doing here and he said, I am going to walk this journey with you. And Dr. Andrew, please welcome on the stage to tell us what has transpired over the last year and how we are moving forward this year. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As has been introduced by the moderator, I was here last year when we launched this campaign. And before I begin, I'll observe the protocol. The Director General of the Ministry of Health is represented here by Dr. Daniel and other distinguished guests that I see across the room, ladies and gentlemen. Um,
Want to thank you all for listening. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew. We really appreciate that. And we are also appreciating all the facts that you have brought to the fore, that mystery, that we're demystifying infertility is not a women's issue. And I was just musing as I was looking at this room here today, same as we were last time. All the experts were the men, and all the attendees were the women. And it begs the question, and in the same way, even when I posted about this event and put it on social media and other places, the comments I kept getting was, but where are the men? Where do people always leave this to the women alone? And it's an interesting journey, but I want to challenge the men in the room today to take on and also be vocal and also stand up and say, hey guys, this is happening. It's not just happening to our wives, it's happening to us as well. When I wrote my book, when my husband's friends read it, they said, this is too much information. Our boy has been exposed, but I have his permission, so you know. But that is the kind of taboo surrounding this whole topic that we need to deal with. And thank you, Dr. Andrew, once again. And I like that you have said that there are all these partnerships and you're looking at the posts, you're looking at the areas which need to be supported. And that allowed me to welcome, I think I should give it back to Dr. Andrew, to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Onaro Charles, from the Ministry of Health. Please go ahead. Okay, I'll take the pleasure and honor to invite the Director General, but who comes in different formats and personality. The Director General is Dr. Olaro, but the person representing him is Dr. Daniel Chawalize and Dr. Daniel Messi on behalf of the Director General. Distinguished guests, the founders and organizers, Rainbow Foundation, the specialists, my teachers in the room, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you greetings from the Ministry of Health. As already mentioned, Daniel Shabai is my name. I'm a doctor in training. I now practice public health. And Dr. Laro is unable to join us. He's out of the country. But I was so excited when I came in this morning. I was asking my neighbor, oh, I'm here, but it seems I came to worship because I got into the mood and the spirit of God, which I found in the room. And I felt that it's the right place. I want to start by acknowledging your invitation to the Ministry of Health. Health and well-being is the cornerstone and the service that must be given every citizen in the world. I just came to give acknowledgement and commitment on behalf of government that what we started, what we're highlighting, is the work we should have been doing yesterday ourselves. So when you come ahead of us, we appreciate and recognize our recent action. The government of Uganda, and I want to commit, is going to do whatever it takes under our able leadership. General President is going to do what it takes to make sure that the things that are going to be highlighted in my speech come to the forefront. We must have a policy and legal framework which is conducive, accessible, and inclusive of everybody. We also have a bill we are working on, the Human Assistive Reproductive Technology Bill. We are going to spearhead and continue to make sure we expedite their action to the bill.
We also want to deal with stigma. If we as Ministry of Health come out and speak, then we are working in the same direction. We recently had another group doing exactly as well what you're doing, and we are talking about preventable suicide. It's also some of the things we get in the back. But day and day, the more we get more champions, they are coming forward and they're giving us the impetus to come to the forefront and speak about what is not spoken about that affects our livelihoods and family. Right? I sat next to a faith leader. I said I'm also a faith leader. The Bible says, go, be fruitful and multiply and have dominion. So I am empowering and employing all my health workers. Please have dominion over since we are serving everything, this is one of the things we need to serve you. And I will ask God to give us wisdom, unique ideas to overcome all the challenges that we find ourselves in. It's not easy to advise the people who give us resources. You know how money comes from Parliament. Government has multiple priorities, and some priorities do not have enough voice to champion them. Whereas we are grappling with infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, and we are looking at preventing death, we also have to give people wellness and the ability to enjoy life on earth. So, since we are all taxpayers, but resource envelope is the same, everybody operates. I think everybody has the right to pick from that envelope. So when we work, the people we need to work with, we support the different categories, and importantly, prevent infectious diseases that will not contribute to infertility. We will allow our children to get vaccinated as well, to prevent some infections that we know, like cervical cancer. As we talk about fertility and infertility, we will also tell them the dangers that we know can predispose to infertility. So as we end, my 2 minutes I was allowed to speak. We want to encourage all of you, even foundations should be started, to work with government and governmental organizations, the different hospitals, the insurers. You know what the insurers say? This is not listed, this is not provided. We need to turn that all around because everything needs to be insured and paid for under the insurance scheme. As we wait for government of Uganda to start our health insurance scheme ourselves for the public, I think those who already provided these services should be emphasized. We also emphasize that we need to treat all the conditions that we can treat, and we know that we have the Women's Hospital. One of the mandates is provide fertility and assisting mothers who have babies. And I think recently saw our success story. We have at least now 4 babies, if I remember. I think the last 1 month we had a mother who was successfully assisted in Monago Hospital. And I know there are so many private clinics and doctors working this journey. Please reach out to us if there are barriers in trade, in importation, in clearance, in waivers that need to be needed. The office of the director here is really open to work with people. I will not go into the details of the science of infertility and fertility because we have a panel of excellent presenters who will do that. My role was simple, and I reaffirm the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Health is committing this day to walk this journey with you. We shall commit the staff, the resources, and the will to make sure this is successful for every mother or anybody who wishes to be a mother. Whatever.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chabayinze. Thank you. Doctor is the Director for Public Health. And yes, we have seen the work that's been doing. We are seeing the success stories. And we are happy that the government is thinking about us as well. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, allow me to really introduce somebody who needs not much introduction in this city. If anybody has gone through assisted reproduction, They have tried, they've asked, the first name that always comes to mind is Dr. Edward Tamalik Sally. Dr. Sally is a renowned expert in reproductive medicine and co-founder and CEO of the Women's International Hospital and Fertility Center, Bikoto. His contributions to reproductive medicine have been widely recognized. He has presented research at international conferences, including the European Society of Human Reproduction and Embryology and the American Society of Reproductive Medicine. His work has also been published in various prestigious medical journals, and I think the success stories and they speak for themselves. Dr. Salim, welcome, welcome. Last year when you were here, it was your birthday, and we had your family here. I don't know if it was still in time for the birthday, or did it pass on Sunday? Yes, we're very close. So welcome with me once again, Dr. Salim. Give him a large round of applause. He's pioneered a lot in this field. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Um, First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for putting up a very beautiful, wonderful meeting today. I'd like to thank Leticia Narombo. She's the Narombo. I never forget the first time One of our first students who came there from Lago. We were working actually in the kitchen, which we turned into a spam lab and reception. My bedroom I turned into, so my wife was very angry about it. So in a very small flat. So we've come very long way, but we thank the government of Uganda, which has supported us also. Thank President Museveni, was actually putting a lot of interest in fertility and helping us in many, many ways. And we actually, Uganda is spread the news to other East African countries. Tanzania, we went there, we had the first baby from our clinic. Tanzania, there was a doctor in Kenya also had been trying for about 7 years, Dr. Nore, Joshua Nore, he had been for 7 years trying to do IVF with no results, zero. He came, we showed him what to do. Now he has got the biggest clinic in Kenya. Went to Rwanda, same thing happened. Went to Zambia, same thing happened. So we just thank God that Uganda is actually a beacon of hope for the rest of our neighboring countries. Even in Congo, the same story. So as I end, I would like to just one information I want to mention that through all this, we started a school of fertility school, which is going to benefit to teach our young doctors, because Uganda has got a population of 50 million, and 10% of these people, they would need an assisted ART, assisted reproductive technique, which is about 5 million. 1 doctor, 10 doctors, 20 doctors, 100 doctors cannot be able to. And the government is the channel through which can assist us to promote our, to educate our young doctors to go and treat our people. So right now, I don't know how many clinics of assisted reproductive clinics, must be about 10 or 20, coming to 20. And this is very good news for our people of Uganda, because in Barara, Kabale, Kisolo, these people, how can these people, IVF is very expensive. We want to bring the prices down. In our hospital, we have a Samaritan hand, which we give back to the people of our country. So, Miss Fiona Nalongo, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because we doctors, we are so busy, we can't be able to branch out the way to preach, to send the messages to all in that way. And I pray that you make up also branches in different parts of the country. And also I ask you to approach some of these clinics where you can take some of these people who are poor people who can't pay. And these clinics, Dr. Zake is now the president of Fertility Society. Can you stand up, Dr. Zake? He's my student. He's just been appointed president of Fertility Society of Uganda. And Dr. Robert Pusinje is a renowned gynecologist in town. Every VIP person in Kampala, babies have been born by him. And he's been, so these two gentlemen,
And Dr. Ralobo also stand up, is a gynecologist, prominent one. He was working in Harley Street. How many of you know Harley Street in London? That's where he was. So he managed to come back in our country to try to help us, to try to promote. We doctors, we should be cooperative and try to work together so that our people, including men, 30% of men suffer from infertility. 30%. Men, I want you to come out. Don't feel shy because you are unable to have a child. Come and we'll investigate you. My oldest patient, as I end, was a man of 93. He had been married for almost 50 years. His wife died. He came to my clinic and we did semen analysis, which is very important for all patients who should have semen analysis. Don't start treating patients without doing semen analysis, even if they told you, I have children. This man we found is exospermic. So fortunately, his wife, she was young, 25. We did IVF, and they got twins. 3 years later, unfortunately, he died of COVID. But the children are there. He saw them and he's rejoicing. Banange, thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sili. Another round of applause for Dr. That Kastori has left us smiling. We thank the Lord that he can continue to bless us. I think that man fulfilled the Abrahamic promise that you can have a child even at 100. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now really going to get into the session where we just want to hear and have conversations around this issue. And at this point, allow me to introduce. Do you feel like a break? Do you just want to stand up and stretch a little bit as we go into the next session? Can I ask you to just stand up, turn to your neighbor? We're not in church, Dr. Daniel, but we borrow from church activities. Turn to your neighbor, tell them how you're feeling so far. How are you feeling? And then tell them, guys, are you listening? Tell them, you must have been a beautiful baby. Lisa, tell your neighbor, you must have been a beautiful baby. Fiona, whom have you told they were a beautiful baby? Okay, great. All right, so the next session we are going to go into is a session that is going to talk about strengthening support systems. What are those support systems around us? And allow me to read just here. We want to have a conversation to explore holistic, inclusive approaches to building strong support structures for individuals and couples facing infertility, focusing on emotional, psychological, social, and workplace-based support systems that foster healing, dignity, and empowerment. To take this panel discussion on, allow me to invite a lady, Jennifer Malay, who is a medical professional and a clinical psychologist, passionate about the well-being and of individuals and populations. Jennifer, please come up as I introduce you. She has expertise in developing wellness programs, treating trauma and mental health disorders. You can have a seat. and she has diverse expertise also in that has enabled her to become a renowned speaker and trainer. Welcome, Jennifer Malay. Welcome with me, Jennifer. The next person I would like to invite is a lady who is dear to my heart, and I'll even tell a story before she comes here. When I was writing my book, you know those divine moments when God sends you a message that's very loud and clear. And I was on Facebook and I saw this beautiful poem called Woman, I think Phenomenal Woman or something. And it was saying, I'm not a woman because I don't have children. I'm not a woman because I don't have this. It was such a deep and personal poem. I read it. I went into this lady's inbox and I told her, I'm writing a book. Can you allow me to publish your poem in my book and also give me a forward? Ladies and gentlemen, this lady is none other than Pastor Sarah Segane. We met before we ever met. The first phone call we had, we talked for hours. She's a spiritual leader with a strong focus on healing and empowerment and spiritual transformation. She's the author of a book called Beauty in the Cracks, a deeply personal and heartfelt account of her journey, pain, brokenness, and ultimately healing and divine purpose. Beyond her ministry, Pastor Segane plays a pivotal role in women's empowerment initiatives. She's served on the organizing committees of the Mount of Deborah Conference, an apostolic and prophetic movement aimed at equipping women, especially youth, with leadership and digital skills. Thank you so much, Pastor Sarah Segane. And finally, allow me to invite Prosi Kanyesije, who is the founder of Unity Blossom Together and Infertility. Prosi, please come over. And she's an infertility advocate, and she's going to tell us more what they do at Unity Blossom and how they help families together. And I'll be moderating that session, and since I can't introduce myself, I'll ask my friend, please, also me, they need to know my bio. There's a microphone behind you.
Good morning. Well, they need to know your bio. I am called Rachel Akiziwe. I'm going to introduce our moderator of this panel, Doris Miti N. Chimuli. She is a seasoned communication and fundraising expert with over 20 years experience. I believe you've heard her speak. That can tell for itself. Her career has been defined by a deep commitment to amplify the voices of the vulnerable and building powerful narratives that attract resources and partnerships across East Africa and South Africa. Doris is a founder of Seller Consult. Doris helps grassroots NGOs strengthen their visibility, sustainability, and funding potential. Mrs. Chimudi, a passionate trainer, mentor, she serves at Girls for Girls as a Girls for Girls mentor, a Rotary Leadership Institute faculty member, a BNI trainer, and the lead facilitator of Practical Fundraising Masterclass for Social Impact Organization. Doris is also an award-winning author, as she earlier spoke, public speaker, editor-in-chief at Seller Publishing House, and co-author of an academic publication on education and COVID-19 in Africa. Doris is a very interesting person. She believes in the power of storytelling, strategy, and relationships to transform lives. Her mission is to help individuals and organizations amplify their impact through their clear messaging, resource mobilization, and meaningful connections. With every project she takes on, she aims to inspire, empower, and create lasting change. That is Mrs. Chimuli. Doris.
Thank you, Rachel. My God, that was quite something. You know that thing when they're introducing you and you suddenly get embarrassed that, oh my God, it's too much. People in the media team, do you have something to share for us at this point before we get into this conversation? Okay, all right, so we'll get right into it. And I think I would like to start with Jennifer. I did introduce you, but could I just have a quick reintroduction of yourself on this particular topic?
My name is Jennifer Malay. I'm a medical professional and a clinical psychologist. I'm working with Neogenesis Fertility Center. I'm very passionate about women and populations' well-being, including the men. For fertility, the knowledge with clinical psychology was not enough. I had to go back and do a postgraduate in fertility psychology. I'm passionate about trauma, and we are happy to be here, all of us, to share our experiences. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think just to add to the introduction that has gone ahead of me, I have been walking the journey of infertility for 25 years. And I'm 53 years, so firsthand, I think I would really like to appreciate you for allowing me to be on this panel to just share my journey and experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Presi Kanyesje, and I'm a founder of Unity Blossom Together Foundation. Founded it last year in 2024 after a struggle of failing to conceive for about 4 years, and it was a struggle, and one day I felt like it was a calling. I'm a humanitarian worker, but I had never met anyone giving support to the individuals or raising awareness, individuals who are battling with infertility. There were a lot of things that were left out. Though I didn't find anyone to talk to because everyone was in the cover. So I came up with an organization, and while I was trying to come up with it, I looked around, I started searching on internet. That's when I found out about Fiona. And I found out, it was the only one organization in Uganda that is supporting women who are going through infertility. So at Unity Blossom Together, we do community awareness. We move from different areas, raising awareness about infertility, and then psychosocial support together with TPO Uganda. So thank you so much.
So my first question will really go to Jennifer. So, patient walks in, receives the first diagnosis, and they're told, like I shared my own story here, the first time that I happened was Fiona shared going back again and being told she had postpartum something complicated blood. What's the most common emotional and kind of psychological changes or things that people go through, and how do you guys come together? Is there even support? Because many people say they do not have any support.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Chimuli. I also sort of like accidentally slipped into it. I was a mother in COVID who was going through a depression because I had a baby, and then I had the extreme form of COVID. So I remember asking the doctor that, is there any form of mothers when they are pregnant? So my first concept was to write about maternal mental health. So I went shopping around in the different hospitals, and the person who accepted was Dr. Mark. So I get into fertility care, and it's a whole new experience. It has that layer of you getting the news, breaking the news that you are unable to conceive, or naturally, or we are going to have to go for surrogacy, or there's ovarian insufficiency, and a lot of things. And one of the things that I see a lot is grief. And the grief in infertility, I can't even tell you the levels of grief, because it is like a double-edged sword. You are grieving for the news, but you're also looking for the money. There's also depression, there's anxiety, but there's the social concern. The social concern is twofold. There's the self-stigma, oh, I haven't, oh, I'm not able. But then also the societal stigma, pointing fingers at you. Look at her, look at him. We have also the relationship concern, because you know that in our culture, they say that the ceiling of the marriage are the children. So women are usually worried, will the marriage last? Or the men are asking, oh, so it wasn't worth it. Then we have sexuality and intimacy. During the treatment of IVF, you find that there are issues with couples in regard to sex and intimacy. Why? Because of the stress. There's a lot of stress, and as I did a lot of trauma work, I noticed that this happens also on a physiological level, where the hormone cortisol, stress hormone, is going to knock out most of the brain works, if I'm to make it in simple terms. So sex is a very brain-related activity. When you're depressed or anxious, it's not going to happen. So you see that already the marriage has a problem. The other issue is the need for parenthood. As women, you grow up carrying a doll. You know that I'll be a mother one day, but it doesn't happen. So you feel like I'm a failure, or I am less of a woman. Lastly, it is the rejection of a childless, free lifestyle. You know, like in the Western world, they have that lifestyle of, you know, I'll be without children, I'll have my dog. But here in Africa, it doesn't work. So people become meaningless. And one of the things that I talk about a lot in helping couples and individuals is purpose. Purpose is very important. Why are you doing the IVF? And many women have told me, oh, I'm glad that I even had to go through therapy before conceiving, because now I know that it is for a greater purpose.
So you talked really about the trauma and the grief, and I was seeing our panelists also nodding, and many of us, you know. So how then does your trauma care, the trauma-informed care then play a role in ensuring that one can deal with this grief, with this identity loss, with the societal kind of what you think the society is going to say? How then do you play that role, and what do you come into do?
The first place I had to do was to go back and reorient the doctors. You know, in medical training, we don't know anything about trauma and the mind. One of the renowned speakers in mental health, also a doctor, Dr. Gabo, says that one of the mistakes was to separate the mind from the body. So in most cases, you are only doing a laparoscopy or hysteroscopy. So one time, a lady walked into my office and said, you know what, Jennifer, I feel so ashamed. I'm like, what's going on? She's like, it is day 2 of my period, and that's when they are doing the hysteroscopy. So I am bleeding, and the doctor is just inside my vagina. And, you know, culturally we are told as women, nobody should ever see your blood. But, you know, the doctor is just doing his job. You know, he didn't know this. So I was like, okay, I will go back and work with the doctors to see how we integrate this. And I had to now educate other fellow health workers that, you know, there's a lot of shame in the course of care, but then also how things are done. Some women don't want a lot of men in the transfer. You know, you're all there, and we are like, oh, we are helping you, but the lady is living with a mark of shame in treatment. So one of the things I've done is to talk about the biopsychosocial model. So the biopsychosocial model is a model where the care is integrated. The care, the psychosocial support is integrated in the care. From when we break the news to you that, oh, you are unable to, you will see the psychologist, will look at you, we will assess you. Do you have a depression? Do you have an anxiety? At that facility, we are now at a level where the doctor will say, we can't even start treatment if you don't sort out your trauma. You've had 4 failed IVFs. You've had all of these issues, miscarriages. First go for therapy first. Then when you recover, you can come back and then we start the treatment. So it has come from a place of sensitizing and reorienting the providers. But let me also say this. Reproductive trauma is a big thing in fertility care. And it comes from every failed IVF is a trauma. Every miscarriage is a trauma. Every heartbeat that is not there on that scan day, it is a trauma. Every fetal death is a trauma. But also third-party reproduction, which is surrogacy, donor eggs, donor sperms. In fact, I had to go and train for a neuroscientific approach that works with the brain of these individuals to accept that, you know, it is okay for me to carry a child when the eggs are from a donor. So we are big on trauma. And I want to also sensitize and talk to the health professionals here. Do not neglect the trauma. It is real and very real. And also, it does not stop with the person that you're working with. It is transferred to the baby. When the mother, in the psychological sense, whatever they go through, that is what the baby will be. So our work is not only with the mothers. Our work also is with a product. We don't want to have a product that ends up in Butabika because of issues of attachment and rejection. Thank you.
What I did, I'm just thinking to myself, in a library cover, and I was thinking about myself when you talked about miscarriages, going into my head, trying to count how many miscarriages that I had. I lost count of 4, so I don't know how many more. Maybe it's my mind's way of blocking it out. And I also like when you say for the medical personnel to put the mind and the body together. Because sometimes the doctor, just being the medical professional that he is, says something. But this is to a woman who has issues and she just takes that as rejection, weakness, you know. Someone who was in my was the other day saying, oh, this doctor was so into me in my journey. But it was just a moment, it was probably just saying plainly, this is what needs to happen, this probably won't happen. But because we're carrying so many things, we want something to continue and say, no, you're okay, and all of that. So thank you, and that's really, really good. Pass the microphone on to proceed. I just want to know how peer support groups help. When you're out there in the community, we're talking the stigmatization of this issue being so big, so big. How do you work with peer support groups to help mothers, women on this journey?
Thank you. Peer support groups, they help individuals who are battling with infertility to relate with others. When you're going through infertility, and most times you may think you're alone, but when we are in these groups, you get to understand that hey, the other person is also going through this. So you feel like your feelings are validated. They are understood. And most times, we don't only talk, like sometimes we don't talk to only the people who are going through infertility. We talk like different people around in the community. They also get to understand, okay, so this is the way I can support this person. This is how I can support my daughter-in-law. This is how I can support my sister. So there is a lot of validation and understanding that comes with peer support groups.
And so when you say that, okay, I just remembered when you share, there's validation. And I remembered my first miscarriage. It was quiet. Then when I talked to somebody said, oh, no, this microphone is jumping on and off. And another one also said, I went, so I was asking myself. So I remember talking to, once I opened up and told somebody I had had a miscarriage, another one said, oh, I've also had one before. And I thought to myself, why don't people talk about this? It would make it a lot easier for all of us to be able to deal. And anyway, generally, Prossy still, how can we shift the issue of infertility from just being a medical issue to one that is socially and emotionally supported, like across? Maybe, you know, all of us could just have a say on that, and I'll start with Pastor Sarah. Like, how can we make it not just a medical issue, but be supported on all levels?
Thank you. I think we cannot underestimate the importance of mental health support. And I will just share a story from many years ago when I visited a fertility clinic, a key fertility clinic. And like Fiona has rightfully said, you are dealing with so many things. You are dealing with the news of the medical diagnosis. You are dealing with the news of a bill that you don't even know how you're going to meet. And so I remember meeting this specialist, and they were so point blank. And that's many years ago, because I think this has been a journey, really. And we thank God that we are here. And he said point blank that, you know, this is the cost of ABCD. There was no preparation at all, as in, you know, news might be received in this way, you might get this news. And they just said, you know, it's going to cost you so much, and I have no guarantee that it will work. And if it doesn't work, we do not refund any money. And I left so heartbroken, and I didn't even proceed with that specialist. And then another incident was recently when, again, I felt led, that's about 3 years ago, I felt led to return to a specialist. I've been through a journey. I've had two failed IVFs. I've done all the fasting and all the praying. I've done basically everything. And so I returned, and I felt the leading, because I'm a very spiritual person. I'm not saying others are not, but I came to a place in my journey where I had to walk with the Lord to have an understanding of my journey. And so I felt led to return to see a specialist. And so this time I knew the age I was at. It was 50. I knew that menopause would be setting in any time. Maybe it was actually premenopause already. But because I walk in obedience, I did it. So I went with my husband, and we saw this specialist. And tests were done, and then he just broke the news: your ovaries are not viable. And I'm like, okay, what do you do with such news, especially when you have felt led to do what you're doing? We went home, we were silent in the car, and I'm a spiritual person, so I wondered, how would anyone who is not as spiritual as me handle this? So I returned home and had a conversation with God, as I usually do. So the mental health support is so key. We really need to integrate it in the fertility care, even at the clinics, before and after. That's really key. I think the other thing that I would speak into is And I think the doctor, what was his name again? Dr. Daniel? Dr. Daniel, I think, spoke about the fact that we need a lot more public campaigns. If we have malaria campaigns, for example, why don't we have campaigns on fertility or infertility? So we need that out there more aggressively and more intensely to continue to raise awareness about the condition and the avenues that are available for people to find help and to find support. Thirdly, I think I would speak into, and I think this is really because it's close to heart, when you have walked a journey and like mine, and there is no specific medical diagnosis to stop you from conceiving. That's my story. There is nothing that can stop me from conceiving. And I think that's why a lot of it was associated with it's spiritual, right? I think then we need people, we need to redefine what success looks like on a fertility journey. Success does not equate to a biological child. Yeah, we need to validate alternatives like, fostering, adoption, child-free living, helping people to find meaning in their journey, because conception and bringing forth is really a God thing. He is the creator, yes, and I believe that he can choose to not give some people children, right? And I don't think many people want to hear that, because whatever he does purposefully, right? I don't have children right now, but I'm a mother to so many. So how do we redefine that? How do we break that down? How do we redefine the scripture that says, be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, have dominion? It doesn't have to come from your womb. Fruitfulness is not just out of your physical womb. It is out of everything that God puts in your hand and your capacity to multiply it. Just like Fiona is doing this. This is fruitfulness. And she's being a mother to a nation. She's being a mother to so many other women. So we really need to redefine some of those, concepts and beliefs and opinions about fertility and about mothering and parenting.
Okay, guys, if you're not clapping for this, I don't know what you're thinking or what's going on in your head, because Pastor Sarah, you have brought in that aspect of faith, and in fact you preempted my next question, because I was going to ask, and I'm still going to ask. In a faith-based community, where you are a leader and you have been vocal about what you've been through and how you still believe in, how are you still using this platform to support, or are you using the platform to support other women? Do you have success stories of people who have come to you, listened to you, and gone away with a new mindset? How do you bring this conversation into the faith-based community, for example?
Thank you. One of the things that I have set myself on to try and understand, and I think that's also one of the hardest things, making sense of your situation, asking the questions. God led me to a space of trying to understand how the soul contributes to infertility. And I know that a lot of diagnoses are done maybe in the body and even the spirit, But the soul has a lot to do with whether someone, not everyone, but some people, and I've carried people through counseling, people that have been broken in their souls, and not just broken or traumatized because of the fertility journey they've been through, but because of their lives, their backgrounds, how they were raised, you know. A lot of things that we carry in our souls have capacity to actually hinder our capacity to conceive and, you know, to carry the fertility that God has for us. And I've seen really God work through that, helping people to heal from childhood trauma, you know, to heal from their past mistakes, the mistakes that we make. Ladies, I don't know, I think we make a lot of mistakes just as men do, you know, and so I've seen God, you know, walk with me and with these ladies from a place of brokenness to a place of healing, and then they will tell you that actually I conceived after this journey. So that is one of the key things that I'm really passionate about and I'm really bringing into this space, yeah.
Thank you so much. We well know that there is still too much stigma outside there. In the communities, no one really still wants to talk about this. They'll just see someone, you have grown up, you don't have children, and you know they talk whatever they've said, and you never get the validation. We have community leaders, like Pastor Sarah has said, engaging, we have community, we have religious leaders, political leaders, and these people that have influence in the communities. Those people need to be educated. They're educated to understand what infertility is, how does it affect. So begin with small groups. We have round tables with these leaders, and they're able to understand what, because as long as they don't understand what infertility is, the congregations will not be able to understand what this is. Even the people that we actually think they understand what infertility is, they don't know. I remember there was a time I posted about infertility on my status, and one of my bosses made a comment that if this one is facing infertility in her own world, she should leave us alone out of this, and made a comment in office in front of other staffs. And I expected the person to be mature and understand what the world is about, but then after I stopped blaming him, because this is exactly what this is not, they have not been sensitized. So this back to our communities, these leaders, these people listen to their leaders. So once these leaders understand that there is infertility, and this is how the people can be supported, they're able to educate their people in the communities, and with that we can, one person from the other, we are able to understand this is how we can be supported. This is how we can support our neighbor. This is how we can support our friend. Yeah.
And still on that, and this is a final question that we'll all have a chance to talk to. Proceed. In your view, what does a strong support system look like?
A strong support system, most times people come and they know you don't have children, but someone comes and asks you, what is wrong? Why are you not giving birth? They have not come to understand what you're actually struggling with. Everyone, they have something they're struggling with behind their back. In the silence, there is something. So we expect like the family, you have the family. First of all, the family should be able to stand with you and understand that whatever you're going through will come to an end at some point. So they should be able to support you. They should be your support system, your family, and your close friends. Instead of us giving unsolicited advice, because sometimes you think you're advising someone. Have you gone to see this pastor? I have a YouTube channel where I do awareness, the fertility hub, and the first time I put the first video, I got about like 20 inboxes. Have you seen this? Yeah, suggesting, have you seen this pastor? Have you gone to this herbalist? Have you gone to this? Like, there were so many. And honestly, by the time I started that, I'd done like really a lot about my situation, and that I'd accepted my situation, but no one was really understanding me at that moment. So the family, the people close to you, they need to understand that the infertility is this, and this is how we can support our person, rather than asking, oh, you're growing fat, are you pregnant? Yes, such questions, avoiding such questions. They are just ask the person, how are you today? If they're able to open up, they can open up to you. And if someone is not yet in the position to respond or get back to you, it is very important that you validate their feelings and you support them in whichever situation they are in. Yeah.
What does a strong support system look like emotionally, socially, and practically?
Wow. I think there has to be a lot of understanding. I remember me joining a particular community, and I was given a role as a leader, and then there was this gossip going around and rumors in the corridors that I wasn't befitting to be a leader, because if I have no children, there's no life I can actually carry into this community. And so I expected that with the news or with what I was already carrying, there would be a lot of understanding and also knowledge. I think we cannot have support without knowledge. A lot of us are so ignorant about the subject. And not just medically, but also personally. Infertility can be a very personal journey. It can't be generalized. That's what I've discovered. And so we lack knowledge, we lack understanding, we lack compassion. Those are the things that I feel need to be part of the support system. We lack authenticity. Even in my own family, there are members who could not approach me with respect to my condition. How do we create? It's the liberty, the liberty to speak, the liberty to share, but from a place of knowledge and from a place of understanding. So sensitization shouldn't be just or support shouldn't just be for people that are carrying the condition, but even people that need to be surrounding them, to support them. Yeah.
So what you're saying is, for us to feel supported, is whoever, I don't know who will be doing it if it's not us, whoever is doing the sensitization should be talking to our families, should be talking to our friends, should be out there advocating more and talking more about this issue, to take it out of the closet, like Percy was saying, and putting it could change one thing in your community or workplace or family that would help someone facing infertility and that would help someone facing infertility to feel more supported, what would that one thing be?
Interesting question. Um, that one thing would be the society's expectations of us as women and of families and of individuals. Because at the heart of this, when you dig deeper, it is I'm expected to be, I am expected to see this, I'm expected to be at this level. When you look at average age of women in IVF clinics, it's 40. The age of the midlife crisis where you feel like, I have not hit this target. So it is expectations. Yeah.
Expectations. Ladies, thank you very much. Please help me thank these ladies for their insights. We still have them here for the afternoon. Let's keep this conversation going and let's keep the spirit high. Thank you very much.
As we have a little music interlude, can just stand up and stretch a bit. I didn't mention that the washrooms are right outside. When you get out, you turn on your left, and then left again down the stairs. You'll find the bathrooms there. Thank you.
treatment. And how do we champion at workplace? How does Fairing support workplace? Our own building Fairing Family Program, it offers our employee financial support for fertility treatment and also extended parental leave and flexible working hours. And we are encouraging, we know there are so many companies represented here, we are encouraging more companies to fill this gap. We have seen that financial support is very key when it comes to fertility. And in UNFPA 2025 State of World Population Report, that is the real fertility crisis, frame this as a crisis of reproductive agency, and it's not a desire. Barriers include: 1, economical insecurity, gender inequality, and lack of access to support health. And 38% of countries do not meet the International Labor Organization minimum standard of 14-week maternity leave. And 44% of countries do not guarantee, we have said they do not guarantee paid leave for both parents after childbirth. And in recognition of this, we have joined the UNFPA Coalition for Reproductive Justice in Business, which was set up last year, and it focuses on how companies can best support their workforces across all elements of sexual and reproductive health. Why do we support this event, Breaking the Silence Symposium? Fertility challenges, they are deeply personal and they are often very isolating. And 60% of people say infertility diagnosis and treatment impacted their mental health. We've just had a discussion of how infertility treatment can impact on their mental health. Events like this create space for empathy, education, and also empowerment. And Fairing believes the silence and stigma around infertility and baby loss must be broken. It must be broken. And not just in clinical setting, but in workplaces, in communities, and with policy makers. We congratulate Rainbow Hearts Foundation for taking the lead through this event. And in closing, I believe all of us, we have a role to play in breaking the silence around infertility and baby loss in our workplaces, in our families, in our communities, etc. And what I can request all of us, let's hold our hearts, let's support our brothers and sisters to break the silence and the stigma. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fairing, for being in this space all these years. So we probably don't know that some of us have actually used Fairing medication. It's now good to know that we met somebody who is in that space. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been seated for a while, and if you're sitting near the door here, you can get the aroma of our lunch, which is really ready for us. But before we go for lunch, we're going to have so the twins, who are going to introduce themselves and tell us their names, have something for us. These are Fiona and Derek's boys. And here is the microphone. Can I have the second one? Where did I leave it? Please come here. Stay here, boys. Right here. Just stay here in the middle.
My name is Abraham, and I'm 6 years old.
And hold on. Let your brother also introduce himself.
Hello, Hello, my name is Hezekiah. I'm 6.5 years old. My school is Discovery International School. My real name is Hezekiah St. John Kwibutsa. And my brother is Abraham Ryan Akiza. Once we are only hope in your heart, a story that you longed for but didn't yet start. Through waiting and tears, through question and fears, you held on to love through all of their years. Then one day, the light finally broke through and life will start softly. Okay. Then one day, light finally broke through and life whispered softly. Now every laugh, every hug, and every song is proof, but your hope was right all along. Abraham, we are your tomorrow, born from the courage you carried today. Okay.
A round of applause.
I do it again.
No, it's okay. Boys have no need for stairs and those things. If they can jump over something. So I was asking them if they could redo it. Abraham said yes. Hezekiah said no. It's nice to see that even twins have minds of their own. One said he was 6, the other one said he was 6.5. So we're not sure which one to go with, but yes, that's how old they are. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come and usher you out to lunch as we have a brief musical interlude. I'll wait for the ushers to show us the direction we are taking. Okay, Lisa is here. All right, as music interlude as we wait for the directions to go for lunch. Thank you very much. Please don't disappear, have lunch. We'll have lunch in, it's now 1. We're going to try and make it short. So once you're laid out, let's be back here by 1:30. So it will be a quick 30-minute break. We're not that many, so we can come quickly back and just go through the rest of the day. As you've seen, this is a lot of impactful and helpful information. We cannot afford to leave it out, rush through it, or not discuss it. So please, we're glad that you've given us this day, and we are thankful for your time and your resources and everything that you're giving to be here and be a part of this event. We're very, very grateful, and we're looking forward. In the afternoon session, we'll have another 2 panel discussions, one on policy and another one from the health sector. Then we'll also hear from researchers. We have a couple of researchers who've been doing this work in Uganda just to understand the work that we're in. We also have a top doctor from the UK, Dr. Margaret Mutumba, who will be online also to share her own experiences and what she's doing in this field. So ladies and gentlemen, have an interaction, get up from your table as we wait to be ushered into lunch. Meet somebody who has talked, and you might want to ask a question. Please use this time before we get out for lunch. Ushers, please help us so we can quickly do this in 30 minutes.
faithfulness. I've seen growth in your life within. So I pour out my praise again. You're worthy, and you're worthy of all of it. Your promises never fail. I've got stories I live to tell. So I'll pour out my praise again. You're worthy, God, you're worthy of all of it. You left the throne and chose the cause, lay down your life to rescue us. The Savior then, the Savior now. But even death was not the end. You conquered hell so I could live, resurrecting and resurrecting now. I've witnessed your faithfulness. I've seen breath in your life within. So I pour out my praise again. You're worthy, God, you're worthy of all of it. Your promises never fail. I've got stories I live to tell. So I pour out my praise again. You're worthy, God, you're worthy of all of it. I've witnessed your faithfulness. So I pour out my praise again. You're worthy, God, you're worthy of all of it. Your promises never fail. I've got stories I live to tell. So I pour out my praise again. You're worthy, God, you're worthy of all of it. You're good and I've witnessed it. You're strong and I've witnessed it. You're constant, I've witnessed it. And I'm confident I'll see it again and again. You love and I've witnessed it. You heal and I've witnessed it. You serve and I've witnessed it. And I'm confident I'll see it again and again. You're good and I've witnessed it. You're strong and I've witnessed it. You're constant, I've witnessed it. And I'm confident I'll see it again and again. You love and I've witnessed it. You heal and I've witnessed it. You save and I've witnessed it. And I'm confident I'll see it again and again. I've witnessed your faithfulness. I've seen you breathe life within. So I'll pour out my praise again. You're worthy, God, you're worthy of all of it. Your promises never fail. I've got stories I live to tell. So I'll pour out my praise again. You're worthy, God, you're worthy of all of it. I've witnessed your faithfulness. I've seen you within life within. So good stories I live to tell. So I'll put my peace again. You're worthy, God, you're worthy of all of it. Lord, I come, I confess, bowing here, I find my rest. Without you, I fall apart. You're the one that guides my heart. Lord, worship you. I worship you. You are here, and you're healing every heart. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, mending broken lives. I worship you. I worship you. Yeah. We make miracle work, promise keep, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keep, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Oh, waymaker, miracle worker, promise keep, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. And that is who you are. Who you are. That is who you are. Oh, that is who you are. That is who you are. That is who you are. Oh, Jesus, that is who you are. That is who you are. That is who you are. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. Never stop, you never stop working. You never stop, you never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop, you never stop working. You never stop, you never stop working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. You never stop, you never stop working. You never stop, you never stop working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. You never stop, you're not about to stop, Lord. You never stop, you never stop, yeah. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. You never stop, you never stop working. Never stop, you never stop working. We make miracle work, promise keep, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Oh, we make miracle work, promise keep, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are, and that is who you are. Oh, that is who you are. The sovereign King is who you are, and that is who you are. Oh, the glory. And all the saints and angels, we bow before your throne. All the elders cast their crown before the Lamb of God and sing, you are worthy of it all. You are worthy of it all. For from you are all things, and to you are all things. You deserve the glory. You are worthy of it all. You are worthy of it all. For from you are all things, and to you are all things. You deserve the glory. I just want to speak the name of Jesus over every heart and every mind. 'Cause I know there is peace within your presence. I speak Jesus. I just want to speak the name of Jesus till every dark addiction starts to break, declaring there is hope and there is freedom. I speak Jesus. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. I just want to speak the name of Jesus over fear and all anxiety, to every soul held captive by depression. I speak Jesus. Oh, your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. Shout Jesus from the mountains, Jesus in the streets, Jesus in the darkness over every enemy, Jesus for my family. I speak the holy name, Jesus. Shout Jesus for the mountains, Jesus in the streets, Jesus in the darkness over that you wear the victor's crown. You're my help and my defender. You're my savior and my friend. By your grace I live and breathe to worship you. Acclamation of your grace. In your name I will bow down. In your presence fear is silent. For you are the victor's crown. Let your glory fill this temple. Let your power overflow. By your grace I live and breathe to worship you. As the lost become the found, you can never be defeated, for you are the victor's crown. You are Jesus the Messiah. You're the hope of all the world. By your grace I live and breathe to worship you. Hallelujah.
Okay, no need to continue with the symposium and we just worship. You do that just well. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're still having your lunch. We're just trying to redeem the time, and it's a good thing that we're in the room so we can let our ears listen as our mouths do the rest of the work. And so because we need to hear and we need to have these conversations. Before we get into the next segment, I would like to just recognize all the different people, groups in the room. I'd like to first of all start by recognizing the fertility centers that have really supported us and are in this space right now. Neogenesis Fertility Center, we thank you. Women's Hospital International and Fertility Center. Life Shore Fertility Center. Bethany Women's Hospital. Henrob Hospital, where the late Dr. Chigundu was, and the fact that he supported us so much, and the work is continuing even in his absence. We thank you. We thank our international partners, the International Federation of Fertility Societies. We heard from their representative, Dr. Zake, earlier. And we also thank Ferring Pharmaceuticals in Safina, represented quite ably. We want to thank our media partners, the Nation Media Group, always here to work with us and support us. We thank you for coming. We thank the Sheraton for this beautiful ambience, for the great food, and for being our partners in this journey. When we came back to them and said we want to come back, they said it's okay, quickly had the data available, and they support everything we're doing here. Ministry of Health, we thank you very much for the doctors that are in here representing the Ministry of Health, and the Director of Public Health who represented earlier. And of course, we thank our other media partner, Twine Shots, the very nice looking smart gentlemen in white shirts and with Twine Shots taking photos, videos, and also live streaming this event. We would like to thank you. I will continue to look around and see who else is in the room, and we will recognize you with time. Okay. Now that, how are we doing? How is everybody doing? Just give me a wave if you're done eating. I just want to see the ones who are done eating. Okay, so I have your attention. Great. Lovely. The ones who are still eating, it's okay. Like I said, we can use our ears and just keep talking as, listening as we go through the next panel discussion. So, before we broke off for lunch, we were supposed to have had a discussion on the economic impact of infertility, and we wanted to look at those invisible financial burdens that infertility has on family, humanizing real life experiences, all this in order to foster empathetic, solution-oriented dialogue among key stakeholders on how to reduce these economic barriers and increase access and promote equity in fertility care. On this panel, we're going to have Mr. Dennis Harris Twambale, the head of medical businesses at UAP Old Mutual. Mr. Dennis, please wave at me if you're here. Yes, good to see you. Dr. Davis Rujumba, good to see you again, Dr. Davis. And Frances Mujenyi, who is going to share with us her own lived experience. And to moderate this panel, we have Rachel Arini Tomine. Many of you have probably come across her or seen her in the media. She's a broadcaster and communications expert that has dedicated to using her gift and skill to the good of community. Rachel is the host of Reality Check, a mental health focused podcast that reinforces individual marriage, family, and corporate wellness and resilience. Together with her co-host, Dr. Evas Atwine, they help millions of people sleep better, relate better, work better, and build mental fitness. Rachel recently launched another podcast, The Good Wife, focused on family, which I am proud to have been a part of. Pastor Sarah, I've also seen you there. She's also the founder of the Good Wife Ministry, a platform designed to support and empower wives to thrive in their marriages and embrace their God-given purpose. This woman loves everything marriage. As a wife and mother, she draws from her personal and professional experience to inspire and uplift others on their journey to wholeness and fulfillment. Rachel has worked with various organizations, including Andela, Nation NTV, Power FM, and others. She is a lovely and wonderful wife and mother. I have witnessed and I can attest. Rachel, please come over and introduce your panel to us. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are free, please a round of applause as we welcome Rachel Arini Tomwine to host the next panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Doris, for that warm welcome. I do hope you're enjoying your day so far. A big thank you to Fiona for putting this together. It's very brave of you. And to everyone who has come in to support, from policymakers, insurance providers, doctors, fertility specialists, and well-wishers. We are excited that you are on this journey with us. I'm going to introduce my panelists and we'll carry on our conversation. One of them was already mentioned, Dennis Harris Twambale. He's a seasoned healthcare executive and insurance leader with over 14 years of experience advancing innovation, inclusion, and impact across East Africa's health financing landscape. At the heart of Dennis's work is a deep commitment to inclusive healthcare. I think he's best suited for this conversation, with a special focus on closing affordability gaps in underrepresented areas such as fertility care. At the Breaking the Silence Symposium 2025, today he brings a powerful economic and systems-based perspective to the conversation on infertility. He will explore how insurers can go beyond traditional risk pooling to become active agents in public-private collaboration, wellness investment, and policy advocacy, building a healthcare future where no one is left behind. Please welcome Dennis Harris Twambale. I almost called you doctor. I think he deserves a bigger hand clap. Next is a healthcare practitioner specializing as, wait for it, as an obstetrician. That big word. And a gynecologist. He's enthusiastic about fertility treatment and procedures. He's also actively involved in finding solutions to infertility. His areas of special interest in artificial reproductive technology are polycystic ovarian syndrome and mitochondrial donation. Dr. Davis, you'll help me pronounce this word better. He's a director at Neogenesis Fertility Center. Please welcome Dr. Davis Rujumba. And to share her experience, we'll welcome Miss Judith Akite. Please join our panel. And then as she takes her seat, I will ask I think this is it. Doris? This is it. Okay. So I'm going to ask the media team to play the videos that are going to set the stage for our conversation today.
But then came the diagnosis, PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, 3 IVF cycles. I had dreams of a home with a red tile roof, summer holidays in Mombasa, a small business on the side. But then came the diagnosis, PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, 3 IVF cycles, 3 failures. 3 times my world ended quietly, without a funeral, without comfort. I used up all my savings. Now HR is questioning my performance. I've missed days, I can't focus. How do I tell them? That I'm not lazy, I'm broken. And last month, I found out my husband has a child with someone else. Infertility didn't just empty my bank account.
I hustle.
It's draining my soul.
I wake up at 5 and sleep at midnight.
They say success is built
when
on
the doctor
sacrifice.
told us that we needed
I
IVF,
believe that.
I laughed.
I worked hard, saved every coin.
Me?
I had
IVF?
dreams.
But I
of a
love my
home
wife.
with a red
I
tile
decided
roof,
to take a loan so we
summer
could go through the
holidays in
IVF
Mombasa,
process. The first
a small
try,
business on the side.
nothing. The second,
But then
another
came
loan
the
from my cousin,
diagnosis,
which also came with another
PCOS,
failure. Then a third. I used
polycystic
my Boda
ovarian
logbook as
syndrome,
collateral.
3
When we
IVF
failed
cycles,
again,
3
the loan
failures.
sharks came.
3
They took
times
the
my
Boda
world
Boda.
ended quietly,
That bike was my
without
bread,
a funeral,
my pride.
without comfort. I
Now
used up
walk
all my
past
savings.
stages, jobless,
Now HR is
ashamed.
questioning my
And
performance.
my wife?
I've missed
She's in
days, I
bed.
can't focus.
Doesn't
How do I
talk
tell
much
them
these days.
that I'm not lazy?
Sometimes I hear her
I'm
cry
broken.
through the night.
And last
We
month,
wanted a child.
I found out my
Now we're
husband
left
has a
with debt and
child
silence.
with someone else.
My name is Sarah. I teach P5 English in Rockeye. I earned 400,000 shillings a month. I saved for years and bought land, a small piece, but it was mine. Then the doctor said my tubes were blocked. I needed help that costs millions. So I sold the land. The treatment didn't work. My insurance? It doesn't even cover a scan. Now I teach by day and cry at night. How do I save again for another cycle? It will take me 5 years, maybe more. By then, I'll be 43. I wanted to be a mother. Now I'm just a lesson in sacrifice. I am not just infertile. I am employed, but unsupported.
I am not irresponsible. I am in debt, but it's for a reason.
I am not poor. I gave up everything for a chance to love a child. Infertility is not just a health issue. It's emotional, it's social, it's financial. It is a national issue, and we are its face.
Start with you, Dennis. Just hearing some of the things that were expressed in the video that we watched, what feelings or emotions has it evoked within you? Say that again. Maybe louder. A little louder.
Thank you very much. Name is Dennis. Today we are wearing two hats. I'm representing World Mutual, one of the biggest insurance companies in Uganda and Africa. But also here on behalf of the New Light Association of Partner Technology as well, where we tackle such discussions and see what we can do differently in the industry. So what I've seen from the video is basically financial strain. And what insurance does is to create that financial protection. But then what does it mean when you listen to the different stories of the different people that actually, you know, the teacher, that hardworking lady who has insurance, but it can't cover so much. And it got me thinking, what can we do differently? Because I think the earlier speaker spoke about why isn't insurance covering? And that question comes up a lot. We do sensitizations for the people that we cover. And it has never really been addressed. And I hope today I'll be able to address that. And having spoken to Fiona when she reached out, she challenged me and said, what can we do differently? On a typical day, insurance will say no, but then she persisted and said, and there are particular models that we can actually put together to change the narrative. And in her soft voice, she said, it doesn't have to be everything. It just have to be baby steps. And that's why I'm here today, to start that conversation, but of course, call upon the different stakeholders, because we are not independent in this particular space. The government, the doctors that we work with, play a very pivotal role in how we change that narrative for that mother, for that husband, who has actually drained their pockets to make this happen. I'll give a small example from a clinical perspective. I believe all of us in this space have taken borders. Those who haven't, may God forgive you. But oftentimes I ask people, what is the biggest bone in the body? And people come up with different answers, the hip, X, Y, Z. But I'll not ask questions, I'll give the answer. It is the knee, for example. It supports the entire upper body. We're all at risk at getting into a border accident. And once you get into the border accident, there's a lot that needs to be fixed. Either the ACL, the PCL,
it is costly. At Mulago, it could be as cheap as 4 million shillings. At a good facility, it will go up as 10 million, 15 million shillings. At the good Dr. Sally was talking about, laparoscopy, minimum access, goes to about 21 million shillings just to fix it. But with insurance, someone pays as low as 1 million shillings and it takes care of that bill. How does that work? It's about the power of pooling. When everybody contributes to a certain pool, we are able to meet that particular cost. It's the same breath we need to take with this particular endeavor. IVF is very expensive. What can we do with the masses to actually address that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's a very good start. You're asking the right questions. And I like that you say also that it's collective effort, and which is probably why we are all in this room, everybody in their different capacities. If, in case you are wondering, our conversation today is focused on the economic impact of infertility. We all know, like he has pointed out, IVF is expensive, but most fertility treatments are expensive. Even the herbalists who you'd expect to be cheaper are going to charge you an arm and a leg. Maybe because there's a desperacy on the part of the client, and so they know that they can exploit that vulnerability to try and get in as much money as possible. But with that being said, Judith here is going to be sharing a little bit from her own experience. And I want to ask you, Judith, what were some of the unexpected costs, financial, occupational, or otherwise, that you faced when you were trying to access fertility care?
Thank you so much, Rachel, for that brilliant question. My experience in terms of the costs, I'll generalize them, I'll categorize them into 3 segments. And I'll speak into the financial costs, the occupational costs, and the hidden costs. I'll start with the financial costs, the medical treatments. We all have an experience of walking into a doctor's room. You go into a doctor's room for a checkup, but at the back of your mind, you don't know what to expect. You don't know what the result will look like or what the costs then after will look like. So I walked into the hospital and I had a scan done because I was experiencing a lot of body changes in such a short time. I remember I gained 10 kgs in just 2 weeks, so that was quite alarming for me, and it was a trigger for me to find out what the issue was, because everyone was congratulating me for getting pregnant. And it was during COVID time, so COVID baby, yeah, everyone at work was happy for me, but unknown to them, I was struggling. And so when I visited the hospital, they did the scan and they told me that I had multiple fibroids. That is all I was told, and I was given painkillers, many of them. And I thought to myself, how is it that this doctor is not seeing the pain in my facial expressions, how I was seated because I could hardly sit. And all she told me is consider having a baby. I was so broken. I didn't know where to run to. It was COVID, we were restricted, and I just had to call up my sister and tell her what was happening, because I just went back home and cried. And Google became my doctor because I didn't understand what exactly are fibroids. These are things we hear on the streets, people singing Bizimba Mnabana, but you don't exactly know how bad it is until you get there. So I called my sister and she suggested we visit a fertility specialist, and we did. And they even wondered how I got there. Like, they didn't expect me to be walking around, because it was seated right inside the endometrium, the biggest fibroid. I had about 7, 8 of them. And that explains why my body perceived a pregnancy, like I looked pregnant, but I wasn't pregnant. So they did that scan again, and they sent me to Kampala Imaging Center to confirm that the tubes are not blocked. And it became an emergency state. All this while I was walking around, I didn't know I was an emergency patient. So I had a few days to decide whether to have the surgery or to continue bearing the pain. And it was difficult because, like I said, you walk in not knowing what the cost will be like or what the implications will be like. And when we were told the price, I remember I just looked around and wondered, now what next? Because they confirmed to us that insurance does not cover anything fertility related. Not even the simplest of tablets. As long as it's fertility, maybe the best you can get is folic acid and gynecology. And so we went ahead and had a discussion and solicited for the money and depleted all my savings, which I had plans for, but because this was an emergency, I had to, life comes first. So we had the surgery done. I had about 3 days to decide, and yes, we got the money, we had the surgery done. Bless the late Dr. Spire, because he was very patient with us. He gave us an opportunity to pay in installments, which is not very common in other facilities. So may he rest in peace. And after that, we thought now all is well, but that was just the beginning of the struggle. Later, we had another surgery done to correct the blocked tubes. Then later, it was PCOS. Then it was just too much. But the financial struggle is real. It is such a heavy burden. And I implore the workspace, the employers, the policy makers, the media team, whoever is concerned, even as a family unit, you can do so much to support someone who is struggling, because the financial burden is just a segment of the struggles that they go through. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's give a hand clap, yes. Very brave of you to share. Just, thinking about fertility, and one thing kind of leads to another, and each of those things ends up costing a lot of money. Fibroids to blocked tubes, and then PCOS, all of which then become very expensive. I'll move over to Dr. Davis. You heard John and Sarah's highlight or stories of the devastating emotional and financial toll of unsuccessful treatments. How do you, as a healthcare provider, balance medical facts and the emotional realities? Because I know at Neogenesis you offer counseling for your clients and your patients. So how do you balance the two?
Thank you very much, Bishop. And, good afternoon, everyone. I introduced Dr. Dennis Ujuma. I work at Mulago specializing in mental hospital. We are also happy to say that you can get services regarding fertility or infertility at the public hospital. I'm also a director at Neogenesis Fertility Center. When we go back to how do you actually handle breaking the news and having to give costs or talk about money when it comes to treating or offering a service. Basically, it's a hard place to be in. First of all, as you sit in your chair, you know that this is a human being that is seated before you, and you always start realizing that starting a family is very obvious to all of us, to most of us,
but it's not even obvious to some people. So you start appreciating that actually this is a gift that we should treasure. Someone has to pay for it, but yourself, at times you just wake up and celebrate that you had a baby. You can't say that as a doctor, you know it all or you can handle all these situations alone. Team that, of course, is going to talk about the medical management. You'll need counselors to talk about or support the emotional part of whatever problem someone is experiencing. You'll need them to be part and parcel of your team as you manage these patients. A good team really will have a clinical psychologist who is going to be part of your team, and I encourage everyone who is dealing with fertility or anything that is medical to at least take on someone to do this, to manage the psychology or the emotional part of the treatment. When it comes to money, a good team, we should also have a financial counselor. A financial counselor basically at least takes away the part of explaining to the patient the procedures that we are going to go through and putting a value to it. So it makes a doctor remain at least a doctor and be able to concentrate at least on the part of managing the medical part. But you see, we are not working with the ideal situation. Sometimes you have to come in as a counselor, you have to come in as the psychology, to cater for the emotional part, and you also have to talk about the financial part when it comes to managing these clients. You know that when someone comes in, and maybe to use the examples that have been projected on video, they are talking about a failed IVF after investing in their money. This money coming from savings, this money coming from selling property, this money coming from contributions from everywhere. So they look at you as this is it either works or not. Now we are at a point where we've gotten a negative result and a lot has already been invested. First of all, let someone express themselves. Accept all the emotions that they are going through. They will be sad. They will feel guilty. They will feel, they will blame. They can blame you. They can blame the team that is working around. They can blame themselves. But as a practitioner, you have to listen to all that. And you may not accept or agree with the way they arrive at that, but you should listen them out so that they actually tell you how they feel. They will feel listened to. The other part would be they will want to know what's the way forward. What are you going to do for me? What actually went wrong? It's also good to have a reason, if at all you have, for why things went wrong. But in most cases, you don't have. It's also a good opportunity to at least review the treatment that you've given this patient, the stages that you went through. It would be ideal that these stages are handled during treatment so that by the time you give a negative result or positive result, at least someone has been part of the journey. But of course, with resource constraint in terms of human resource, you find that maybe someone has gone through the whole treatment without getting that enough support, especially emotional, or even a medical explanation to whatever is going through, to whatever this person is going through. So you find someone has actually accumulated a lot of stress, a lot of misinformation, a lot of reasons why maybe something should have failed or has failed at the end of the treatment when you're giving them a result. Forging a way forward is always good. It can be then, it can be later on. Some people will ask for time to go home, go through all these emotions, and maybe come back later. Or just go to a counselor for further talking so that they are in that right state of mind to discuss the way forward and the financial implications. Now, when it comes to the financial implications that you're going to encounter at that time, we know we are going to have groups of patients. There are those who can have a failed IVF, but they have an opportunity because they still have some embryos that can be actually transferred back into their uterus. So they don't have to go through the whole process of growing the eggs, if I can use that, fertilization, and putting back the embryo into the uterus. That one tends to be a bit easier because the cost is really a bit minimal. I can say minimal, not to every average Ugandan. It's really a cost for someone who has already invested in the treatment. But then we have those who are going to go through the whole treatment. How can a medical personnel help reduce on the stress, reduce on the financial burden? At the workplaces, we have at least policies, and some of these documents that patients sign will tell you of how much discount one would get if they got a failed IVF, or how much if someone has gone through a number of cycles and they are not doing well. Sometimes you have to sit and give them a free cycle, really, if they have really had like 2, 3, 4 cycles and you're still hopeful that they can really make it. You sit as a group, see where to help them out. Sometimes you reach out to, there are good people around here, the pharmaceutical companies, really. Sometimes we approach them. They will give you some medications, maybe for a cycle for 1 or 2. Of course, that is a drop in the ocean. You can't do that for everyone. But it goes a long way, at least to help someone who is in need. We can give them options. At times, we are not afraid to tell them, okay, maybe this might be a bit challenging at this unit, and you still need the treatment. Maybe can we try a public institution, knowing that the care is continued, not in the same facility, but in a public institution, because I'm at a public institution and their costs are fairly good, but of course still not so good enough for every average Ugandan. So to sum it up, really teams are good to really get the patient through this course of treatment. The doctor, the counselors, the financial counselors can help you plan and project. And then on our side, we can do whatever is possible to really reduce on this financial burden, especially in places where we have a say on when it comes to revenue. And yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, let's give him a big hand clap for sharing how you kind of balance the emotional realities with the financial burden of this journey. And I think it's important, like you said, for every, I guess, health facility to have a team of people who can speak to the different needs of this mother in waiting or father as they grapple with infertility. I'll go back to you, Dennis, as an insurance provider. What, in your experience, are the practical barriers, whether regulatory or financial, that limit the inclusion of fertility services? You talked earlier about a lot of the fertility care not being covered under insurance, and I think that's a big one. But maybe if you could actually break down why that is for the benefit of those in the room, and perhaps also talk about how dialogue like this can move us, maybe a few steps forward in the right direction.
Hello, thank you very much. I come from a school of thought where it says if you cannot describe the problem, then it becomes difficult to fix it. So we're talking about the financial, the regulatory, why don't we cover? And allow me to paint a picture, and from that picture then we can draw learnings and create the first step to addressing this problem. I don't know how many people are familiar with the National Healthcare Account. It's available online when you get a chance to look it on. It defines the healthcare spent in our country. It is done every 2 years. So the last one was done in 2021, 2022. As a country, Uganda, we are spending about 6.5 to 6.8 trillion in the healthcare space. Government contributes 15%. Out-of-pocket expenditure is about 28 to 29%. And about 40% is development partners, the ones that Trump was kicking out. So that has actually created a strain on our healthcare space. Where does insurance play in that space? We are in the out-of-pocket expenditure. Hello? The 38, but we only contribute 4% of that spend. How do we get to the 4%? We need to go and look at the population. The insured numbers in Uganda, about 400 to 450,000 Ugandans that are insured on medical insurance across 11 insurance companies. That is less than 1 million Ugandans that are insured. The kicker is 97% of those are only insured because they work for an employer that pays for that medical insurance, which every employer calls a staff benefit. When you take that interview, they'll give it to you, so they have a tight budget line of what they can pay for. Only 3% of the insured members are the individuals, those who take out medical insurance for their families, or are individuals that have actually understood why they need to protect their financial status. Where does that leave us as insurance companies? Because insurance, like I said, it's a game of numbers. You can see we are only 0.93% if our current population is about 48 million Ugandans. Only 0.93% are actually contributing to the health insurance. The first burden there lies the absence of the national insurance scheme, which the government then will help for inclusion so that people are contributing more to the pool. That discussion has been on the parliament floor for the last, I think, 17 years. We hope one day we'll be able to fix that. But before we wait for the government, what can we do? The ones that are in the space. Why doesn't insurance cover? The numbers that I'm talking about, we measure what we call unit premium. What does that mean? Say, if you're insuring 100 people how much on average is everybody contributing to the pool. Let me take you 10 years back. The average unit premium that was being collected per member that was insured, before when our inclusion is even still smaller, when we were still at 0.6 something, when about 300,000, it was 500,000 that employers were paying to cover their members for a whole 12 months. So to simply say, insurance wasn't collecting enough premium to take care of all these particular healthcare costs. Mark you, the healthcare, what we call the healthcare inflation rate, for the last 5 years has been running at about a 6%, 7%. We all know in Uganda when things go up, they don't come down. The insurance space has grown that unit premium. So 10 years ago, insurance was not covering HIV treatment. It was not covering cancer treatment. It was not covering vitamins because the contribution was so little. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, the insurers have done a very good job trying to sensitize the employers. I can say with the confidence that the current average unit premium has actually gone to 1 million shillings. That has given us a leeway to be able to cover things like HIV now, to cover things like vitamins. And I always hear I was speaking to one of my colleagues earlier during lunchtime, the question of why doesn't insurance cover? But then I said we actually do cover. But it's in the context. Let me explain. When she reached out, when Fiona reached out, she gave me a task, please try and think about something that we can do. I had to go back and look at the patient journey of the patient that goes through this challenge. What was shocking for me was to find out that there's primary infertility and secondary infertility. Primary infertility in Uganda's context only contributes about 20%. And that is infertility because you were born with a condition, your uterus is inverted, X, Y, Z. That's how you were designed. Your tubes were blocked. Secondary infertility is where I've probably been able to conceive before, I've even had a child, but I can't have another child. What are the causes? Untreated STDs, infections, things that we have control over, obesity, things that we can actually prevent, but nobody speaks about it to bring it to light. That contributes over 50% of the infertility. Does insurance cover infections? Yes. When someone has endometriosis, does insurance cover? Yes, we do cover. When someone is having bleeding and maybe she had a pregnancy and then she had a miscarriage, and then when we do investigations and realize it was caused because of fibroids, we do cover myomectomies. It's just in the narrative and in the context, because the patient journey is different. By the time you're discussing I'm infertile, that is after the investigations and the diagnosis has actually been done. But because insurance knows of the uncertainty, and the good doctor here was talking about the failed IVF cycles. With insurance, we take risk, but we take calculated risk. So why take a chance on something that is actually not going to work?
How do you know it won't work?
But I'm coming. So we then go ahead and look at what have other countries done. When you look in the US, the insurance is more state-based. Some states do cover, others do not. But it was also shocking they don't cover the whole cycles. They have gotten to a point where they cover up to a certain point, which they have control over. And that's the space we as insurers are looking at to say, can we pick a leaf? Can we map out the patient journey by talking to doctors earlier, the good doctors, and we map out that risk from a risk perspective? And to say, based on the contributions that we have, what sort of financial burden can we carry? If 50% is caused by things that we can prevent and are already coverable, how do we put out that patient charter to allow us to have that voice and know that we are dealing with a certain condition, that if we can take care of those myomectomies and do all those other particular procedures, the treatments, even if we reduce it by 20%, it will go a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt you, but and I have some follow-up thoughts
Yes, please.
on what you're sharing. I like the direction, which is, sit down at a round table and talk to the different stakeholders on this journey, map out the patient's journey. The thing, though, about secondary infertility, for example, is by the time you discover that you have blocked tubes because of an untreated infection, 3 years have gone by, because I'm not planning to have a child now and then also think about having a child next year. So some of those things, yes, while they're preventable, it's difficult to know there and then. And even when you find out you have blocked tubes, they are going to tell you maybe it's because of an untreated infection, maybe it's because of scar tissue. So the information is also not as accurate. But I like the movement to say, let us map out the patient's journey and see what is possible. And maybe if as Ugandans we had the culture of medical checkups, regular medical checkups, and taking better care of our bodies and our health, and not just taking things for granted, perhaps we would be able to enter the space that you are talking about. I'll move back quickly to Judith as we try and wrap up. I have a few minutes left. Talking about the cost of treatment, did the cost of treatment influence the type or timing of care that you sought? Very quickly.
Yes, it did for sure affect the timing of the care, because we had to solicit the money like I shared earlier, and I also didn't share the hidden costs that the person going through infertility experiences, and some of these are very subtle. They go unnoticed, and I would love to just allude to them shortly. There's the humiliation. I feel like I should voice this so clearly. There's humiliation, especially with the hospital staff, all down to the family members, to the community, to the church where you go. Everywhere around you, there is humiliation. And how does this humiliation come through? I remember I had an experience at the hospital. I'd gone, and you know how you can be at the counter and the receptionist says, are you pregnant? Imagine you're already on a journey of trying to conceive, and someone is asking you, are you pregnant? If you're not pregnant, sit over there. If you're pregnant, come this side. Already that's a turn off. Like you're asking yourself, why am I here then? So I remember suggesting to that particular hospital, and I told it to the doctor immediately when I entered the room. I told him, how about you find a way of segmenting these doctor visits? Let the people who are coming for antenatal have a specific day, and let the people who are coming for these fertility treatments and procedures come on a different day. Because first of all, just seeing a pregnant woman is a trigger. Yeah. And then the receptionist is adding the salt in the wound. And then there's also this one who asked, which fertility treatment are you paying for? You're in a queue, everyone is looking at you like, okay, she's struggling. Yeah. It is very depressing to have to go through that. And then there's the grief that goes unnoticed. Even I've had many people speak about the failed IVF, the miscarriages, but there's another grief that people don't talk about. You trying to conceive and getting that negative test, even if you're not on IVF, it can never get easy. you can never get used to that kind of feeling. It happened so many years, but every time feels different. The same way we all say every pregnancy is different, every negative test is different. It comes with totally different emotions. And to battle that all by yourself is something very heavy for someone to carry. And the other thing that I did not speak about is the relationship strain. It's not even just as a couple. It goes beyond to the external relationships that you have in your community, in your workspace. I remember my colleagues thinking I am just lazy. At some point, they thought maybe I'm just making up sickness because all the time I was in and out. And it became a barrier to my career growth because then, even when opportunities came up, they knew I was good at my job. They would call me in for interviews, but I had reached a point of self-sabotage. I looked at myself and all I would think about is the opportunity for me to have a child because they had already put it in my mind that my uterus is under attack and I had now clocked 30 and everything wasn't adding up. So I was on pressure to conceive first of all, but I was on pressure to also deliver at work. And the in and out movements, I had to just open up to my bosses, and this is not something that comes easy. I had to pray over it, and I remember speaking to my manager and asking if he can accord me time to visit the hospital, because I was doing it by myself. You sneak out on a weekend and go and see the doctor, but then it wasn't working out because the fertility specialists, if not all, most of them work on a weekday. They will tell you come on Tuesday, in the morning, in the afternoon, and you're a teller in a bank. It was difficult, but I'm glad that when I opened up, and what am I trying to say? Open up, because we have the mindset that when you open up about these personal issues, people are not going to support you, they will gossip about you. Yes, 90% may gossip, but the 10% will support you, and the 10% are the most important on this journey. So my manager was of very good support, and he allowed me to move in and out and could explain my KPI on my behalf because I couldn't do it. He explained to the HR what was happening, and interestingly, when I got my miracle, they then promoted me because they could see that in as much as I was struggling to be present at work, I was really giving it my best. Yes, so that's what I can tell you.
Are there any HR professionals in the room? Bambi, I hope you have heard. This is the kind of response that we are hoping for. We actually wanted to have an HR professional on the panel. Maybe next year we'll have a conversation with a human resource professional. We'll end with you, Dr. Davis. I just want you to pick up from what Dennis mentioned earlier on collaboration. What collaborations would you like to see with insurers, employers, perhaps the Ministry of Health, that could help move us toward more ethical, equitable, and accessible fertility care?
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. And it's really a fight that has to get everyone involved for us to deliver a service to everyone who needs it. And when you start at the level of the government, usually is the big boss of the country. So if we talk to them, or if we keep on reminding them about the burden of infertility to a group of people who are also citizens of the country, and how can they help? One, most of the drugs and consumables that are used in these treatments
attract a tax? Can they think about maybe doing something for the importance to reduce on the taxes? 2, they did do part, at least in setting up centers that of course still pay, but at least there is something, there is a movement towards the right direction. People have options, at least you can go to the private facilities, but also to the public sector. We hope they will have many more that can be able to satisfy all the need in people even who cannot come to the city. There is a part of training in human resource. These are easy things. We have gynecologists who can easily be trained in the management of this special group of people. Yes, gynecologists usually have a small training about fertility. They cannot exhaust everything. But having first the basic training, it's easier to upgrade it to a level that is satisfactory and be able to attend to these clients. You've heard her. She talked about she went to a place and wasn't satisfied, had to go to another place. So that frustration that builds from not getting a solution from one unit to another unit can also be very depressing. We need also nurses. Let them put in a policy that will help us get good cadres who can attend to these conditions, like the way you see a cardiologist, the way you see someone who attends to people with diabetes. It's a good step in improving the quality of care. Insurance. Sorry to say, but sometimes you find that you actually don't cover anything. When it comes to any hormone test, no. This has to do with fertility. But at times we do tests for other conditions that are actually not fertility related, but they have similar investigations. Maybe you can sit, we can't tell you that you can cover the whole elephant, but some of the things that can make it easy for a client, if at all you can cover at least the hormone test, you can cover the hysterosalpingograms, you can cover all these semen analysis, at least the basic investigations, and you stop there. I think it is a step in the right direction, and everyone will appreciate even the smaller thing you do, even before you do the big thing that actually will relieve on the stress. It's also good to lobby or approach these big institutions. I think we should make it like our concern or put it on our to-do list. Some of these people have money, but they don't have anyone who talks to them actually. And it is amazing when you approach them and say, okay, can you at least help out with this group of people? They'll say, okay, we can maybe manage a few. It's really a good step in the right. You can't accomplish everything in one day, but smaller steps make actual changes or impact in people's lives. You can see it as a very small step, but to someone it is actually very, very, very big. And to all of us, wherever we are, let's at least keep talking about it. Sometimes we have all these problems and we don't talk about them. We are shy about them. No one is going to talk for us. We only need to open up, however difficult it may be. It's only a human being who will very inconsiderate that will not give you an ear or at least help you, at least at your workplace, at your hospitals. Then to us, the providers, at times we are very insensitive to many of the things, and there are small things that she has talked about. Yeah. How about planning your clinics that you're a gynecologist, you also see pregnant women. How about making some sacrifice and at least separate the two groups of patients that you're seeing? Of course, when they come in, maybe it can be a source of encouragement, but to some of them, it's actually a turn-off. How do we talk to these clients? It goes back to the same thing. Quality service involves teams. We should actually be very deliberate on developing these teams or putting in place all these teams so that when someone comes to our centers, the experience they get is actually good, that even if they get not desired outcome, they can still be satisfied with whatever they went through or the journey they encountered at a certain place. A positive test is usually easy, but let someone have a good experience, however depressed or however uncomfortable they have been, let them smile at least by the time they leave your centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll bring it to a close now. Would have loved to ask a few more questions, but because of time, we won't get into that. Thank you to Judith for being open and vulnerable with your story, and Dr. Rujumba for sharing your insights with us, as well as Dennis. It's very brave what you're doing. I think there are some people who are like, I don't want to confront people with their infertility problems, you know, but for you to come here and address the challenges head on is commendable. So thank you, and thank you to Fiona for putting this together, and Rainbow Hearts Foundation for this symposium. I'll hand back to our MC, Doris. Let's give them a hand clap. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, Dr. Davis, and Dennis, and Judith especially. Judith, thank you for sharing from the heart. You spoke what many in the room could identify with. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of really ensuring that we move this program swiftly along, allow me to immediately invite our next speaker. And our next speaker is Dr. Mark Muyingo from Neogenesis Center. And he is going to talk to us about, the topic is more than hormones and time, PCOS, age, and the fight for fertility. And I think that's what we've all been hearing from so many people. Dr. Mark is the Managing Director and Fertility Specialist at Neogenesis Fertility Center. He's a former lecturer in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, where he served for 15 years. He's a Vice President of the Uganda Fertility Society. He's the member of the Association of OBGYN of Uganda, and a member of the Uganda Medical Society, also a member of the European Society of Human Reproduction and Embryology. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mark Muyingo is passionate about helping women's reproductive health with special emphasis on infertility, endometriosis, and PCOS. Over to you, Dr. Mark Muyingo. Please welcome him with a loud hand clap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here. It's very difficult to talk after lunch, but I'm going to try to keep my presentation very short and concise, to the point. I prepared some slides, so maybe if we can have them up. We're going to talk about PCOS. A lot of people talk about PCOS, and a lot of people think they're just hormones, that have a hormonal imbalance all the time. But we're going to look at a journey which is complex,
through both irregular periods and inability to conceive, which sometimes gives people a lot of challenges. So, next slide, please. I have a small story for a lady called Naomi. She's a 30-year-old lady, East African woman who dreamed of motherhood early in her 30s, in her 20s. But she had irregular periods. And she had unexplained weight gain. And she had persistent acne. And of course, quite a lot of body hair. And of course, she saw a number of doctors who diagnosed her to have polycystic ovarian syndrome. So she and her husband tried to start a family. Conception didn't happen like they expected. And when she did, she suffered a miscarriage. And so the doctor explained at that time that people with PCOS might take a little bit of time to conceive. And so this was a tough emotional period and for the couple as well as a financial strain on them. And, but eventually, Naomi gave birth to a set of twins. Next slide. So understanding polycystic ovarian syndrome, you know that the word polycystic ovarian syndrome is a misnomer. It's not, these are not cysts. These are follicles, and follicles are where we expect to have the eggs. It's only that the numbers of those follicles are quite many. And it also involves a number of hormones in the body, and some of those hormones are usually found more in men than in ladies. So, we will find that quite a number of ladies in their reproductive age are found to have PCOS, between 6 to 13%, and out of those, 70% are undiagnosed. We have, as I've told you, a number of hormones, especially the male hormones, that are circulating in the body and cause problems to the people with PCOS. That's why they have excess body hair, and they might have a lot of acne and other disturbances, especially in the menstruation. And of course, we have the absent periods that happen, and also we have a complex situation. Because they have a number of eggs that are growing, these eggs tend to sabotage each other when they are growing, and so you don't get what we call a dominant follicle. That one basically is one that leads to ovulation. So none fully develop. We have a number of them maturing, but they reach a point whereby none of them is growing. But not only about the hormones or reproduction, we also have another issue about insulin. Insulin is the hormone in our body that helps us to regulate all the food we eat. And every food we eat, to be useful to the body, has to be turned into a sugar called glucose. And insulin is the one that regulates how we use food in our body. So the people with PCOS have resistance to insulin, which is supposed to help food go into our cells. And because of that, most of the food remains circulating in your bloodstream. And when that happens, it is turned into fat, because that's how the body stores excess food. So these people tend to put on weight very easily. And putting on weight carries a big risk, especially first and foremost on our body, but also on issues of getting heart disease as well as diabetes. And of course, it brings a lot of psychological impact, anxiety, depression, and stigma. So, next slide. So with PCOS and infertility, we will get anovulation, as I've explained already. And we have a chaos of hormones that we've talked about. And of course, the emotional toll that it has on the people. And in Uganda, especially in people who practice fertility, you'll find it's the most common cause of anovulation that we get when we are diagnosing these patients. Next slide, please. Now, why are we very much interested in age and PCOS? Because any person has about a young couple, they have about a 20 to 25% chance of conceiving in every menstrual cycle. So every time a person is ovulating and you're young, you have about a 20 to 25% chance of success. Okay? Some people tell you, no, for me, when I want, I can conceive. Well, you're among the lucky ones, because when you look at how life is, life follows a normal distribution curve. A lot of people lie in the middle, and those are the ones we're talking about here. About 20 to 25% chance of conceiving. But what happens with age is that when you reach 40 years, the chances of conceiving with your own eggs, because we might have had some other speakers who said otherwise, you have a chance of about 5% with your own eggs. And so imagine if you've had all your 30s, all your 20s and 30s, you've had irregular periods. That means when you reach 40 years, you have a very small window of conception. Next slide. So, because of age, PCOS seems to be a double-edged sword when you have PCOS. Because in the late teens to the early 30s, you have irregular periods, but you have a silver lining because time is still on your side, and the egg quality is much better. You respond well to medication if you are given medication. And of course, losing weight is much easier when you're younger. And of course, when you lose weight, about 5 to 10% of your body weight, it can restore your chances of ovulation. But also, because you're still younger, early diagnosis and intervention is very crucial. However, when you go to your mid-30s to late 40s, now we have a double challenge, because we have aging eggs and we have polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is giving you ovulatory problems. And so that means that you might need some advanced fertility treatments to be able to succeed. But of course, your IVF outcomes, if you do IVF, your outcomes might be a bit better because of the good count of number of eggs that you have. But of course, by that time, you have a lot of societal pressure that is on you to have a baby and everything like that. But interestingly, people with PCOS tend to have their menopause a little later because of the number of eggs that they have that are available, that are growing, because they are hormones that, the eggs that are still in storage seem to be a little bit more than general population. Next. So, the fight for fertility, treatments for hope, for people with PCOS, lifestyle modification is very important. This is a first-line approach to having a successful outcome. Lose weight, reduce insulin resistance, cut out most of the carbs from your food, and generally improve your health. But of course, also medication is also a treatment. We can give a number of medications. A lot of people, by the time they come to a fertility center, they have used clomiphene, they have used letrozole and others like that. But also, some of them have been put on metformin. Metformin is a drug for diabetics, but has a very, very critical or crucial role in people with PCOS. And also, most of the times helps them for their ovulation to return to normal. And of course, advanced treatments are also available, where you do simple measures. If the simple measures have failed, you can go do things like egg freezing if you are not yet ready to have a baby. And of course, IVF is one of those that can be used. Of course, hope is real for people with PCOS because they can get, people with PCOS can get pregnant with the right interventions. Although the journey might be a bit longer and you might require help to have a baby. Next slide. So, of course, we have some bit of diagnostic gaps when you're looking at PCOS. What I know for sure is that PCOS is not yet included in Uganda's national clinical guidelines. If you look at that book, the management of PCOS is not there. And of course, there are resource limitations. Many regional hospitals in the country lack functional hormone labs. And of course, this creates inequality between urban and rural areas where they can be able to get help. And of course, there's cultural stigma because when you have infertility, you are ridiculed and you are blamed. But of course, education about PCOS is always key. And so stories like Naomi's are very powerful, and after her struggle and she has children, that can be able to help us bridge that gap. Next slide. Lastly, we need to empower women in the fight for fertility. For the medical professionals, maintain a high index of suspicion for people with PCOS. People who have irregular periods and they're young. You need to have a high level of suspicion that they might be having PCOS. Intervene early, counsel them about future fertility, and also treat them holistically, not just ovulation. Because if you only concentrate on ovulation, I've seen a number of practitioners, a person comes with irregular periods, they're just given only oral contraceptive pills. When the period comes back, that is it. But then the person remains obese, and that might have an impact on their fertility. And for the patients, knowledge is power. Do not ignore symptoms. If you have irregular periods, if you have a lot of acne, you have excess body hair, I think it's important that you seek care early, and to know that you are not alone, and also there are treatments that are effective that exist currently. But the most important thing is don't delay seeking help if you want to conceive. And then for the communities, I think we need to foster support and compassion to combat stigma, and of course recognize infertility as a medical issue. So for Naomi's twin boys, this is a living testament that this fight with science, support and determination, this is a journey that can be done. I think that I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mark. Thank you. That was very educative for many of us. We were really paying attention because we really recognized what you were talking about in all this. For the next discussion, we are going to talk about the legal framework around fertility care and the policies in this space. And for this discussion, we will invite to the front Dr. Robert Businje, Dr. James Obo Lalobo, who is an emeritus fertility specialist. You know, when you have like the father and then the grandfather in this space, and we are privileged to have Dr. Lalobo here. Then we have, of course, Dr. Andrew from WHO, who's come back to join us. And this session will be moderated . Okay. Oh, yes. I'd left Joan out. Joan, please come. She's an insurer and a healthcare professional. And this session will be moderated by Brian, an advocate, human rights lawyer, and professional. Brian, over to you to introduce your panel to us and take it away. You could use that.
All right, thank you very much for one already having, in a way, introduced the panel, the illustrious panel that we shall have today. Very honored to have you here, and I believe that the conversations we're going to have today will again be very fruitful. The first time I was here was last year again, and happy to see that these conversations are going strong. In some of the livid experiences that we had, and again, I'll just backtrack and get us to what Judith was saying here. I particularly loved hearing from her again, and even as she was concluding, some of the things that she said are testament to what she's been doing. I know Judith from the Toastmasters space, and the first time that I heard about her story was in the Toastmasters space. So it's good to see that these conversations are not just happening within this room, but also beyond, and that more and more people are getting to hear what exactly is happening. But that said, I will turn to the panel that we have today, and I hope that in our discussion today, we shall be able to, again, unveil more realities of what is happening, but this time simply around the legal and policy framework. We've had very many conversations, but at the end of the day, in a way, the law plays a very critical role. It provides the framework within which we play, and the extent to which it shows interest in the prevailing situations really also goes ahead to show if we can play easily or more fairly, equitably, but also find it more flexible in all that we do, all the interventions that we have. Now I'm going to start with there are many doctors, and so I have to be careful. There are very many doctors. But I'll begin with Dr. James. Dr. James, in everything that we've had today, and I think bits have been gotten from the conversations we had prior on the kind of framework that we have that is obtaining, but maybe straightforwardly to ask you, how does the landscape look like, the legal landscape in terms of fertility care in Uganda?
Thank you, moderator. I would just make one or two observations. I'm very glad to be back here today, and also that this is the second meeting we are having, covering all matters on infertility. WHO is here, the ministry, the clinics, and also all the patients and those media. And I just wonder, are there MPs here? Since our topic just now is legal and policy, we probably like to see them come and attend this one-day function which will be running on annually, because it's important to have their vote when it comes to converting policy into law. I just also like to introduce one concept. That it was 10 years ago that a couple of us from African region started the African Fertility Society to give Africa a voice at the international level on infertility matters. I was the vice president then of the African Fertility Society, and my colleague, Professor Oladapo Asiro, is now the current Secretary General of the International Federation of Fertility Society. Our aim is very ambitious, that in the next 5 years, he should be the president of the International Federation of Fertility Society. That's our target. What we have achieved over the last 10 years is that every African country now has a fertility society. They have an annual meeting on infertility. Further to that, we have managed to get WHO in Brazzaville to include infertility in the annual African Health Ministers Conference.
So that's the level of which infertility has pushed in Africa region and also in the international scene. We are in contact with the American Society for Reproductive Medicine, the British Society for Fertility, and the European Association. So really, you are not just a small player in Uganda, you are now in the regional and international scene. So thank you, everybody, for carrying on this message, and let's move forward in that way. There are two things about policy. In fact, a family has a policy, an organization has a policy. But when you talk about infertility at a national level, we are talking about a public policy, different from an organizational policy. Public policy means that that policy covers the population within that sovereign state. It affects them socially, affects them economically. It also means that a budget can be allocated for it at a national level. So that is really the level of the discussion we are going to have. You mentioned about landscape. Landscape in physical geography is what you see when you look out into the hills and valleys. How does it relate to law and policy? I would say we are looking at written policy. That is the landscape I want to talk about. And the question is, what is it today? I would bring in 4 blocks that over the last 10 years, we have worked with others to formulate the policy on infertility, particularly with respect to assisted reproductive technology. We have gone through that stage, produced the paperwork. The paperwork is favorable to fertility based on the essence that begetting a child is a private decision to which nobody should intrude, including government. And therefore, if we are laying out a policy with that respect, we must hold everybody away and promote the decision, whether we're using IVF or using other methods. That law or that policy must facilitate begetting a child. That is fundamental to the policy. If you deviate from this, then of course you are not delivering the public, or you are delivering what your own feelings are. Because public policy means you look at others, not yourself, and what benefits they can give it to you. So we've gone through that stage. We have also gone through the stage where the legal drafting, change of policy into law, because law now has 2 aspects which policy doesn't have. It is enforceable externally by a court to settle, particularly if there are intractable disputes. We know every day clinics are solving questions and problems patients face administratively. And that is really where most disputes end up, and rightly so. But about 10% of cases progress, either reported to medical counsel or it goes via the criminal pathway, and this then what is desired. We have gone ahead to present this policy to the Parliamentary Health Committee, who are the first port of call in reaching the parliamentarians who will eventually enact the policy. That has been done. They produced, and I attended the first reading in Parliament when that was moved in 2023. The Health Committee, having met with them 2-3 times, plus the legal drafters, and the bill was gazetted, And they have since modified it and brought it on 24th of February this year for the second reading. The second reading in Parliament means that it is now open for parliamentarians to debate clause by clause what has been converted from policy into a potential law. It is at that stage that some difficulties arose. I will now read from there in order to define where are we. In other words, we are more or less enacting. We have given the authority now through our elections to Parliament to decide the final policy for the country and also the law in respect to that. So on the 22nd reading, the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General Jackson Kafuzi, requested for more time to harmonize the government's position with that of the sponsor. The bill was sponsored privately by Honorable Sarah Opendi. At that moment, the Kasanda District woman MP Flavia Nabagambe said the following words: there are technical areas. Sorry, where is she? We have come to the house, ready to work. Have I jumped? Did I say what the Kafuzi said? Yeah. The Attorney General said there are technical areas within the policy that still need to be reviewed, including aspects covered by the Ministry of Health, and that the Attorney General's chambers and the First Parliamentary Council were going to look through the documents again. The MPs from the floor then came up and said, we have come to the House ready to work, only to be told yet again that the government side isn't ready. It is in order, is it in order for the Attorney General to delay the discussion of the fertility bill? So that is the level in which we are today. The Speaker then intervened as follows. This bill has had consultation with various institutions, the Mulago Referral Hospital, the Mulago Specialist Women for Hospital, Dr. Rujumba's workplace, various doctors, very experienced doctors and gynecologists. And if she addressed the Attorney General directly, if I give you time, can you have the bill back on the order paper by tomorrow? That was 25th of February. But to date, I don't know what the harmonization of the bill is like and how it is shifting and how it is shaping. But I will just summarize what it was at that time. That the assisted reproductive technology breaks down the various stages of reproduction in which the doctor can now intervene. If there isn't enough sperm or egg, it introduces somebody to donate an egg or sperm. That was not possible before assisted reproductive technology. If there is no womb, you can introduce a surrogate to carry the pregnancy. If there's just only one sperm left, you can take that sperm, inject it directly into the egg. So the various technology has therefore simplified reproduction within under a microscope so you can intervene. In that case, there are three factors which are important in terms of policy. Number one, policy must progress research in order to improve these techniques. So you can't have these techniques done in the UK, done elsewhere, and say, look, we will just import ready-made products and we'll get on it. So our policy must, in general, promote research. Number two, it must promote a third party to be introduced in the reproduction, whether supplying eggs or supplying the uterus to carry the pregnancy. In which case you have a problem, who is the parent of that person? The law must cover how the egg is obtained, how the sperm is obtained, whether it is a donation, there is going to be a compensation for loss of work, or they are going to be made a profit. Now, so all that is covered positively within the bill, giving what is permitted, what is not permitted. So I want to hold my presentation here. Other points will develop from what I've just introduced. Thank you very much.
Yes, and thank you, Doctor. Now we shall quickly move to, and in quick succession, just to again talk about the ART bill. And Dr. Businje, you can come in at this point, because now Dr. James here has told us we have a bill, but that isn't yet a law. So maybe just to seek out the absence or the delay of this bill, the ART bill, what do you think it signifies to those that are seeking fertility care?
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I was the president of Uganda Fertility Society until yesterday. Zake, who was here, took over from me after 10 years. I'm now just referred to as the immediate past president. It doesn't come with power. But in the 10 years that I was, and what my very senior Dr. Robo has referred to, we worked together on this bill. And it is reached where it has, and really there's been the ministry on one side, Ministry of Health, and the private members bill on the other side. We had been excited. We have dissected the private members bill, and we were ready because we had contributed a lot. And one of my most interesting areas has been, this bill says, if you are single, you are a lady or a man, you are single, you cannot come to us just for fertility care. But let me leave that one at that, because now it has been put on hold. India took more than 20 years to get the ART Act, so we are not doing too badly. Maybe we are down 10 years. We are not doing too badly. We shall arrive. But in the meantime, we have been working really in a legal vacuum. So what do we use? We use the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council. It isn't that we don't have anything. We have the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council guidelines that guide our practice. We pick a leaf from best practices in different jurisdictions, UK and all different jurisdictions, South Africa. So we've been that is what we'll go with. But of course, it leaves a real challenge. Let's say if we had a surrogate in Uganda, and the surrogate declines to hand over the baby, and the commissioning parents decide to take on this surrogate to court. Now, the law under which the land judge will work to resolve this, it is not as direct as if this act had already gone through. He is more direct than I am. It is not there. Using the law of contract. You see, now the law of contract for human beings, that sounds like child trafficking. So it needs to be much more clearer, such that it is not child trafficking. And these
examples are extremely many. It is why this act needs to go through very quickly, such that it can protect the mandate of Uganda Fertility Society. When we look at our mandate, we are interested in quality, accessibility, care. So how will you really critically evaluate our quality of care if no specific guidelines for ART have been made as far as quality is concerned? It is a very interesting area. Whose egg? You got it from a cousin. Did she consent? So there are all sorts of legal mazes that can go around if we are looking at that. It looks at, we look at research. We want to give the best aspects of research so that the care that we give can stand up to international scrutiny. Are these guys in Uganda giving quality care, or are they doing their own things? And society has to be very interested and limit us. What can we do? What are we allowed to do? And what are we not allowed to do? There's a lot of space there that as a Uganda Fertility Society and as a society in a whole, it is an area we look at. And finally, education. We currently, by education I mean also accreditation. Currently, if you go to see, to get treatment from a fertility center, how do you know that this person is competent, is qualified to offer this service? Say you go and pay 5 million at the reception, you pay, but maybe, isn't it, when you get results that are negative, is it because the person, the clinic was incompetent, was not really qualified to be doing this type of work? Or is it that really that's how it should have been? So those are the areas which we are working in, and that's why it is extremely imperative that this act is brought very quickly to protect the patient, the people that look for a child, protect the rights of the child. You should know what happens at the hospital. Mrs. Mukasa has just delivered a baby. Everybody saw her. It was even a cesarean section. But she was a surrogate. So how does Mrs. Musoke carry the baby away from the hospital, who is written in the theater book, on the birth certificate, at NIRA? When does this change take place? All these need to be very well regulated so that parents can feel nobody is going to come to challenge them. We are talking about surrogate, but just imagine on the other side, sperm donor. After 10 years, the sperm donor comes and says, I am the biological father of this child, and I want my child. So those are some of the areas we've been working through, and we handle them from the Uganda medical dental practitioners, from the best practices elsewhere in the world, but we want and we need quickly our own right here.
All right, thank you on that. And partly when you're responding, I also like that you talked about issues that were coming up in just addressing aspects around the particular reforms that we want, but also I know that you have some reservations on the bill even as it is, but then I guess those are discussions for another day. But thank you for touching that and what we need to have in place even when this law is fast-tracked. And maybe now over to Jane. Joanne, sorry, to Joanne. We shall talk about from your sector, really, because one of the things, again, that we heard from before, when one of your colleagues was speaking, it almost sounded like there is a willing from your end to also be part of this conversation and have it move as quickly as possible. There were challenges that he mentioned, but now just to know and to get your take, when we talk about collaboration between policymakers, between players from your sector, how do you see this happening, and at what point do you see your sector playing a critical role?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joanne. I head the medical insurance for ICA Lion. So, based on the fact that we insure a number of organizations, the status quo right now is that probably insurance does not cover anything to do with fertility. And I believe we have already navigated some of the reasons and challenges, with number one being affordability, and also probably the attitude and false beliefs. So before I move on to where we can collaborate, it is very important for us to know where the health insurance industry stands. Because for now, as the country stands, we are insuring, I think, less than 1% of the population. And for the population that we are insuring, over 90% are getting insurance because they are employed. So we are having few members take up health insurance on their own. So that alone reduces the penetration and increases the cost. So in terms of collaboration, where we come from the insurance side is we don't think we have enough data to inform our decision making. For example, when you're issuing a policy, you don't even know what treatments have the best success rates. For example, what are the expected outcomes and what is the ultimate cost? And remember, from an insurance perspective, you need to have predictability of how much this might cost, of what my exposure will be. So in terms of collaboration, we need to have the different stakeholders come together and engage in research. Research that will provide data that will inform our decision making. And number two, we would like that probably we collaborate to discuss and negotiate packages. So from our space, you realize that what normally drives non-covering of something is the price. And if we could probably collaborate to have lowered costs for some of those treatments, we will find some of our clients and those that are willing to buy insurance to cover. But also, from the insurance space, we would like to have clear regulation. I think Dr. Musinji has talked about it. For me to commit and say that probably I will be taking on fertility treatment, I need to know that there is regulation even to the service providers, the ethical standards of the doctors, how is it regulated, all the way to the patient rights and the patient privacy. So that is very key, also in terms of policy formulation. So the other one is that we realize that for states, for example, there was research that was done in America that states that were successful in having insurance fully collaborating with the fertility centers were after there was regulation. So we realized that in states where it was mandated to have at least a partial insurance coverage, there was an increment in birth success rates because there was lowered cost and there was also willingness. So we also need to collaborate in terms of advocacy to ensure that we are all speaking the same language to reach the same goal. So another one is in terms of how do we handle the psychological bit for those probably who have not had fertility. I know for insurance, yes, there might not be full coverage for fertility, but the extension can happen to extend to psychological well-being and also to some of the surgeries that are not only unique to people who have fertility issues. For example, the myomectomies. So I believe through that angle, we can achieve our
our goal. Thank you.
Maybe just briefly before you go on, I noticed that at the core of your, in collaboration, the different ways that that can happen, you kept mentioning collaboration around the cost, which I know is a very sticky issue. So when you say collaboration, just specifically speaking, who are you seeing this collaboration with? Because again, the issue of cost is a tricky one. Is it government providing subsidies? Who are you collaborating with? Yes, if she can respond quickly and then.
Is data. At the moment, if you ask any one of us, how many IVF procedures were taken in Uganda last year, it will be 0. We do not have that data, and yet we are seeing patients every day. The law compels a register that every Ugandan patient undergoing IVF is recorded in the registry. Success rate by clinic, they will be anonymized, but we will have a Ugandan data. We will then give you what the success rate is. If you are starting with a myomectomy or PCOS or with a block tube. At the moment, we don't have that data. How many twins are being born? How many surrogates are being used? So that is collaboration in terms of data. The same applies to the media. For them to write their articles on Uganda's treatment of IVF and also to feed the registry report will become an annual presentation in these conferences, how well we are doing, etc. So that's the aspect, the tool of data as a resource to inform the doctors, inform the patients, inform the insurance organization, and inform the media. Thank you.
All right, does John, do you still want to respond to that quickly?
No. Of course, everything starts with data. You have to know where you are for you to know where you will go. So the collaboration where we are able to get data from research from different countries will help us to know what is the extent of coverage that we can offer and at what cost. It will help us to look at the cost-benefit analysis and see if our clients are saying that they need this benefit, what is the cost implication? And the other collaboration aspect is we need to be negotiating with doctors. For example, Dr. Businje has a consultation fee. So at least that one we can discuss. I know there are aspects that are not within his control. For example, some of those that are to do with taxation. But when you're doing advocacy, you need every stakeholder involved. If all of us are championing the same goal, then we will be able to improve the outcomes for fertility. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'll have Dr. Andrew say something. And this is just really in line with the voices of those that are affected. And I know that in part, as we talk about even data, it pertains to voices as well, in one way or the other. So when we talk about the voices of those that are affected, especially women and marginalized, how can we better involve those in policy development?
Thank you so much. I think one of the most important things we need to know is that for every specialty, whether it's in terms of a sector, whether it's in terms of a specific area, you always have more information than the other party that you're trying to have make a decision. When it comes to policymakers, they're looking at a wide range of things. And so they need to hear the voices, but hear them much more clearly with a little bit of specificity. I'll give a very practical example. The late Keith Muhakanizi, who was Secretary to the Treasury, one time was having a conversation with me and he said, I have a challenge as Secretary to the Treasury with you guys from the health sector, because you doctors assume that everyone is a doctor. So when you're advocating for increased budget towards health, you are assuming I, who sits here as a secretary to the Treasury and is looking at the entire spectrum of everything that needs to be attended to using a limited envelope of resources. I understand when you tell me that time we're talking about immunization is the most cost-effective intervention and blah, blah, blah. I said, that doesn't make sense to me. What makes sense to me is someone who comes and breaks down whatever they're advocating to the reality of why I should prioritize the money I have to that specific area. Says that for me is easier to decide than giving me a broad spectrum. So the voices are needed because they amplify, they bring clarity to the problem and make it easier for the decision makers or the policy makers to quickly and very honestly be able to make a decision within the context of so many other policies, by the way, which are also seeking for their attention. I love the point that was raised earlier around the data. And that's one thing, it's unfortunate I didn't see anyone here from School of Public Health, but in the last symposium we had here, we had requested that this is an area we could work with because we need country-specific data around the general issues of infertility, but also more than that, we also need the information moving through, like Dr. Has mentioned. Do we know the numbers that are available, even for the procedures and what is happening in the hospital? All this put together will help in terms of policy, regulation, and all that it takes to put in place a framework that regulates this industry. So the voices for advocacy, the voice groups that we hear around this room about people that have been through this, that bring the reality, because reality is also something that influences policy. When people come and talk about what they go through, like Fiona has shared and others have, it helps a decision maker to decide between what is more urgent at that particular time and in the context of a little bit of limitation, both in resources, but also limitation on how much you can do within a period of time for either parliament or something like that.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will thank you for making that very quick but also very comprehensive. The other thing that I wanted to say, and I think Dr. James, when you started off the conversation, you talked about having brought certain bills and moved them before the Parliamentary Committee on Health. And that actually got me thinking, because again, the first question you asked is if we had parliamentarians in the room, which I have to say was absurd that we don't have, but then also just critically thinking about whether voices such as Akite's then, when you are going to the Parliamentary Committee on Health, you carry those voices with you.
I think that's really the core question, because I talk about mapping the stress of infertility, which covers every aspect, every patient or testimony given today. Basically, map them out from each person's perspective. That is the only way in which you are going to be able to have a conversation with your patient. Go and have a conversation with the husband, with the family, and proceed, and also to explain it to your own staff. Because each contact point in a clinic is a stressful event in the patient's journey. And we talk about specialists. I always talk about that. When I was practicing, I've now retired, each of my workers must have sensitivity to the privacy of the patient, to the information is given in confidence. There must also be counselors in relation to the intervention they are giving to the patient. Is that an internal examination? Is the patient exposing themselves before this very technician? How do they handle that 5 minutes interaction? The doctor will be doing all this, but each person has to be sensitive. So the degree of a combination of sensitivity, responsiveness, and listening to the patient throughout the journey is part of the whole process. Okay. So in designing policy, yes, you are looking at others' interests and protecting those interests. We keep talking about protection of interest when we are asking questions And protection is that you must not harm that person. You must not deprive them of information. You must not encourage a third factor, like your own staff, to harm them. That is really my definition of protection at the clinic level, and how you can convert that into a policy process. And that the longer we delay the passing of the bill, it means we are delaying our own improvement of services. For instance, we did negotiate with the American Society for Reproductive Medicine right back in 2018 and they donated the software for taking down all our data, worth $5 million. It is still free on the table for us to use. But they need a law in Uganda to allow them, their own committee, to release this stuff. It's stuck. And yet, from us, we cannot collect the $5 million to buy that software system. So yes, I would only summarize it one word, that policy formation or even passing of a law is not a linear pathway. You are going to go one way, sometimes a step backwards, which is disappointing, but you keep pushing forward. The military word for it is this: you have a central command, common command, you have a common destiny. Thank you.
Okay, now as we wrap up, I'll ask all the speakers. One, I'll start with Dr. Andrew to just talk about the issue of infertility, legally speaking, and whether it is legally recognized as a public health issue. I know it seems like it's obvious, but let's just talk about it. And then after, when you do that, just to wrap up, you could also get us into where you think we should then begin in crafting these laws or policies that should bridge the gaps that we've just talked about. Those two, then you move it forward to Dr. Businje as well.
Thank you so much. I think we've just been hearing about the process within the Ugandan context and in Parliament on trying to bring the legal framework into existence, and we have heard that the process is still ongoing. But from a WHO perspective, the overall well-being of every human being and the entitlement to the fullness of their health is a non-negotiable. And so whether it's around fertility, infertility, or any other issues, when something affects the well-being of a human being, it is worth and it is at the topmost of attention. And that is why for us in WHO, issues that come out that affect or at least minimize the entirety of a person and his enjoyment of the fullness of his well-being is something that we take up in a very serious context, and discussions with governments, discussions with policymakers, and frameworks around ministries of health are priority and part of that. So to answer your question directly, it's an issue that whether there's a legal instrument that says and has outlines around infertility, that's not for me to answer, but what I can say is it's legally pertinent because it infringes on the wholeness and the well-being of a person who has failed to enjoy their intent and interest to have children. And therefore, it is worth every intervention, including legal, if that fits within the framework of the country. Yeah, my parting shot is really to reiterate what I mentioned earlier when we were starting this conversation, and what I did reiterate in our first symposium that we had here, that this space that is created should actually not be a one-day space, a one-off, one annual day space. This is a space that should catalyze us to work the other 364 days. These are issues that affect human beings day in, day out. And these are issues that you can't wait for the next symposium next year when Fiona and some of the colleagues gather us together. I think this is very personal, and one of the intentions and objectives of this is to share what it means, because we may know it, but when we hear it and we understand what it means by people expressing their feelings, their emotions, then it is something we should not leave in this room for every one of us. And again today, it's unfortunate. I think there must have been a reason. Last time we had the head of Parliamentary Health Commission, and I know that they're still a part of us, but every sector that can play a role in resolving this should really be able to take this on and start thinking through how do we become a part of the solution every other day, not next year in August. Thank you.
Can we go to...
I think can I just say my passing word?
Parting shot, all right. Yes, I will be coming back to you. Let's just have Doctor, then Joan, and then back to you. Yes, one, we want to talk about quickly the ethical considerations for the ART bill, those that you think need highlighting. I know that briefly when you were giving an overview, you hinted on them, but to just specifically talk about that and then give us your parting shot.
Actually, when it came to the ethical considerations, they were, you'd say they were well covered. However, there is, for many areas, there was silence. And it is assumed that in the operationalization of the act, of the bill and the act, there is going to be a committee that will address all those. For instance, some of the questions I asked, who is qualified to, but because the bill is quiet about this one, there is quite a danger that that committee could be a weak committee and is unable to really address all those, and we should be alert and active so that by the time the committee comes to work, this is our opportunity to put in a lot of input on that one. The second one was the rights. And we think the rights of individuals, you know, it started, that other one started on a married man and wife were the only ones who could access fertility care. We are not policemen to check the marriage certificates, but it moved to man and woman. That's a good move, but it really needs to be questioned whether we have taken away the right, as a society, the right of an individual to have a child. And the ethics is going to come under the committee. But as a parting shot, I would want to say we are here and we generate demand. When I go to my village, there is demand. They know that I have infertility, but they have no one competent to go to. And as a country, we need to strategically train the whole team, and I mean the whole team, the psychologists, the nurses, the embryologists, to be able to cover this country. Not everybody will come to currently it is Kampala and one in Mbarara. So we need to strategically look forward and cover this country and not depend on the private sector as we are doing now. In this bill, originally there was an aspect which was looking at operationalization of clinics, but it was especially in the public sector, it was mixed up in the bill, and it is important that we can address the aspect of access to the people that need the care where they are, not where they can't actually access.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to, in terms of the insurance sector again, and I know that we've already talked about the points of potential collaboration, But just as you wrap that up, and what your take would be.
Thank you so much. First of all, it is a very good thought that the symposium thought it wise to also include the insurance practitioners, because again, it is really what breaks the silence. Hearing the stories from everyone, you will note that fertility is really personal. So we need now to challenge ourselves and look into our policies, because from an insurance perspective, the mention of the word fertility is completely unpaid for. However, looking at the benefits and versus what opportunities we can collaborate, that means that there is chance that we can cover. I forgot to mention that this is how we started when we were having mental health. Previously, mental health also used to be having the same cycle. However, it came up because of advocacy, because very people there was demand. And whenever there is demand in insurance, you have to create solutions for the client. Whether we are starting with just covering the hormonal tests, or extending psychological support, or just reviewing our policies and being part of those that provide data. Because we sit on heavy data to do with people's health. At least from our side, we have a starting point on how many clients we have had that have requested for the same and being rejected. So having such symposiums that bring together stakeholders will help us to bridge the gap and also break the myth, because there's a lot of misconceptions. There is a lot of falsehoods about fertility. So someone out there issuing out an insurance policy does not even know about the different treatment options that are available. They do not even know about the possible cost implications and whether we can partner. So I believe if we can first of all do away with the myth and at least cover something small, it could go a long way in improving the accessibility and affordability. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. And now lastly to Dr. James, quickly, and we wrap it up.
One or two quick comments. One is regarding, again, passing the law, because it opens a lot of things internationally. For instance, we worked on new definitions for use in IVF. We came up with about 386 vocabulary to be used in the registry, so that you can compare. The use of the definition allows you to compare data from Tanzania or from UK with Uganda procedure. If you don't have a standardized language, you can't compare success rate. You can't work through the insurance and compare insurance cover anywhere in the world and here. The second point is about this, that right across Europe, in fact, there is so much disagreement on what should be allowed and not allowed regarding IVF. I'll just give you a quick one. For instance, the most progressive state in the United States is California. It allows relatives to donate eggs, relatives to be surrogates. It allows reimbursement of expenses. It allows extra compensation. So all systems are on go. My colleague here mentioned that there are some things missing from this bill. Yes, it is missing because they are highly technical. The MPs will not be able to go down the technical aspects of the details of that. That is coming in a supplementary legislation, which Parliament would then delegate to the ministry, to the technical people, to work out the operations of it. That is called secondary legislation. And you don't dump it out there. Otherwise, they'll keep debating, and we will be what happened in India. India completed their draft bill. They took them 20 years to pass that bill in 2018. But I would also sort of say it's not all doom and gloom, because the organ transplant bill was debated and passed in Uganda Parliament within 4 weeks. So there is a fast pathway. If things are very clear And ethics are not controversial because you're taking one organ from one person, putting it in another. Is there any difference if you're using sperm or egg from another? There is only difference is that it is reproductive. You are bringing new life.
Yes.
Whereas the other one, you are preserving life already made. So the ethics is slightly different, but the concept of using and supporting one another is the same. I will now conclude my thing by a quick comparison with what happens elsewhere and draw that if you get your policy wrong, you get your law wrong, it is very hard to reverse it. There is literally no reverse gear because to get into the enactment is 10, 15 years. If you've got a bad law, to reform it, it will be the same. So try and get it right first time. I'll give you examples. France to date does not allow surrogacy, but many French nationals who want to use surrogate go to Greece, go to United States, come back home, and France say, look, that child, we don't recognize it. But the parents are all French. They had to go to European Court of Human Rights to reverse that. So France has got therefore two things. No surrogacy at home. They have now been forced to admit the surrogate children born outside France as a result. The same thing in Germany, the same thing in Norway. So
let's wrap
the
up, Doctor.
essence here is that having an offspring is a private matter. Nobody else should intrude into it. Give the technology, give the law to support that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. And I think at that, one of the things that I wanted to reiterate, I think in the earlier presentations we had, Doctor, I forget the doctor who said this, but he had a quote up that he said, by choosing to have a family, or rather choosing to have a family is a human right, but access to fertility care is often unaffordable, inaccessible, and inequitable, and that needs to change. And he said that, and it really resonated heavily with me, and I hope that even as we leave these rooms, we remember, most importantly, to center fertility care in our advocacy regarding the right to health. Because many times, even for the times that I have appeared before the Parliamentary Committee on Health, it has been everything else besides this. We almost looked at it as if something that is separate and should be handled separately. But if we are able to change the narrative and make it clear that this is as simple as you coming to talk about to the Parliamentary Health Committee that we need medication in health facilities, then little by little, when we break it down to that simplicity, perhaps then our efforts will also be enhanced. So once again, I would like to call upon everyone to help me thank this illustrious panel. I think they did a great job, and once again, thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for hosting that session so ably. Thank you, Dr. Andrew, Dr. James, Dr. Usinje, and Joanne. I'll also give you Dr. Joanne for today. As you've been sitting with all these doctors, you can't go away without, by conference, it's upon you. Ladies and gentlemen, don't tire yet. In fact, Mr. DJ, please help me get my people. We had food and it was very nice, and then we are listening to very heavy conversations. Yes, perfect. Let's stand up, please. Let's stand up. Move from your table to the next as your chairs are ring. DJ, I hear you. Checho. Chairs are for Yesu. Guys, if you try to run away, there's too much traffic. NRM was in Kololo today. There is nowhere you're going. You are going to sit in traffic for 5 hours. So let's just stay here, enjoy ourselves. Who has just come? Who can testify that there's traffic? Terrible traffic everywhere today. Yes. Hey, dance, please move to the next person. Who wants to lead us in the dance? Some people don't know how to dance unless they are led. Corner. Really, God has been good to us. I want to see you shaking, Dr. Sally. Shake those bones. See Dr. James. All of you, cameraman, focus on Dr. James so everybody can learn. Where is my love stream? Please, can you please learn from Dr. James if you don't know how to cheza for Yesu? Okay, and while you're still dancing, pull out your phone. You're going to take a selfie with your neighbor. DJ Kendeza Katono, I give the next instruction. Selfie moment. Take out the phone, get your neighbor, take a selfie. We are going to take a selfie, and then I'll tell you what you're doing with this selfie. Daisy, I'm here. Camera is what? If you don't know how to take a selfie, just see me and Daisy. After you take the selfie, who knows how to use a platform called X? You are going to go on the social media platform that you use, and you're going to look for the hashtag Breaking the Silence 2025. If you're not chasing, okay. DJ, thank you very much. Right, how does that feel? Does it feel amazing? Did you take the selfie? So go to X. Who knows what X is? Formerly what? Formerly Twitter. You're going to go to X and put that picture there and tag hashtag Breaking the Silence 2025. Then you will tag RHF_UG. RHF_UG. We need to get people to know that this is happening, and it's happening in real time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, media team, are we ready with our next speaker? I need a sign from over there. Bonnie? Not yet? Okay. Right, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. Very well done. Clap for yourselves. Well done. Thank you. The next session was going to be very technologically advanced, but since we are not yet ready, we shall go quickly. So we are going to, I'm echoing. Sound. Hello? Still there. But anyway, so we've had discussions. We've had the doctors. We've had the policymakers. We've had the insurers. One thing stands out clearly. We need data. We need to do research. And we need partnerships. None of this is going to materialize if we are not if we don't have the data we need, if we're not doing the research, and if we are not creating the partnerships. For RHF to be able to walk into spaces, to be able to walk to Parliament, we need to work with all of you. Dr. Businja, we need to come to you. You hold our hand, walk us to the people that we need to walk to, because we know you. This is an area you have been in. All the doctors here, the implementers, the policy makers, we want to walk this journey together. It's not ending. We are literally at the very beginning of it. And it's going to be a long ride. We just heard that in some country it took 20 years, and we are only at 2 years. But with God, all things are possible, and He works in an accelerated way when you give your plans to Him. So the next session is going to be a media session. We sometimes like to throw that at the media, but maybe they've not been given the right information, or maybe they need to be in these spaces to understand us. And this session is going to be moderated by Lisa Kusima, who is a Ugandan digital entrepreneur and content creator dedicated to empowering people in the spheres of womanhood, motherhood, and marriage. For those who are Gen X and further down, you might wonder what digital entrepreneur means, content creator. I will whisper later. Lisa is a wife, she's a mom, she's an advocate for family and community empowerment. You can come over, Lisa. And she has a passion for inspiring meaningful connections and building family legacies. She specializes in creating engaging content on families, moms, wives, home life, personal development, business, empowering individuals to live purpose-driven lives. And for those of us who are on Instagram and those places, Lisa is a very common face that we all love to watch and listen to. Today we have her in person. So if you're a groupie like me, you want to take pictures with celebrities, Lisa is here today in person. If you're seeing her for the first time, Lisa, over to you. Please introduce your panel.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited that we are here discussing very critical matters regarding infertility. A lot has been shared, but we know that, the media plays a critical role, in shaping the way we see things, the way we perceive things. And that's why I'm really excited to introduce our panelists today. They are in the media space. Some are journalists, some are media people, and they're going to be speaking to us. I would like to invite Daisy Prim Businje Chisache, aka Daisy Sunshine. She's a lifestyle content creator, entrepreneur, digital strategist, and a relationship advocate based in Uganda. Daisy is deeply passionate about supporting young women and couples through every season of their journey, including the often silent and emotional challenges. Welcome to the panel, Daisy. Then we have Henry Mugenyi. Can we have Henry Mugenyi here? Henry Mugenyi is a Ugandan journalist with a passion for telling impactful, human-centered stories that shape public discourse and influence policy, particularly in the areas of health, human rights, and social justice. Henry has led and contributed to several high-impact productions across East Africa. Thank you for being here, Henry. And then would love to invite Rachel Mwine. She has already been introduced. She has been in the media space for a while. Please welcome our dear panelists with a round of applause. A bigger round, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you can sit there. Welcome, my dear panelists. We are going to be speaking on the role of media in shaping infertility narratives. Now, I have a media challenge for the panelists, but also for the audience at large. So be ready. Yes, so we often see different headlines in the newspapers, maybe on social media, that maybe get you a bit, feeling some kind of way. And I would love to share some of these headlines with the panelists and you, and then I would like you to maybe identify what you think is wrong with some of these headlines, and then maybe what impact you think they create with individuals, but also society at large. And I'll start with you, Henry. There's an interesting headline here that reads, "Wife fails to give husband children after 10 years." Wife fails to give husband children after 10 years. What do you think is wrong with this, with this title, and what impact could it have?
Hello. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of really this conversation and really thinking about the panel that we have here today. I I come to this panel from a different background, not as someone that has gone through the challenge of infertility, but as someone that has really listened, told stories about infertility. You asked the question, it is a challenge for all of us. One, it will depend on where you're coming from and what you will communicate. And two, what will the audience pick from this? One, from a perspective of one scholar, they will say it is an alarmist headline. But then two, on the other perspective, someone will say, I used this wording for me to get the attention of the reader. And that is where the challenge normally comes from. Who do you target first? And if I have this kind of headline, will it really draw the masses to buy this paper, to buy this page? Imagine that was on the front page of the Daily Monitor, New Vision, or the Observer. Would it make you think otherwise for you to purchase that copy? But also, when you get to the one whose story is being told, it raises that kind of emotion. It leaves you really in a state where you, the person that told the story, in one way or the other, you don't really cared for. I told my story, but this is how it came out. Thank you.
Maybe, thank you so much for that. And when you listen to that headline, maybe Daisy, I could touch on that. It's talking about the wife, you know? It has nothing to do with the husband. We see that he's only saying the wife has failed to give the husband a child. You know, how would that really affect a woman out there?
First, it gives the assumption that infertility is a woman's problem. And I was sitting next to Joan today, and I was telling her, like, everyone who will come up and share their story is usually a woman. I have a YouTube channel, and I have been trying for 3 years to find a man to share their story and experience on infertility, and I'm still on that journey. So such headlines and such titles of articles in the media just stamps it in that it's a woman's problem. And you'll find that in certain hospitals, if it's found that it's the husband with the infertility issue, they'll tell the woman, hush, hush, you be the one. And many women have taken on that, like, it's me, I'll not tell everyone else that it's my husband with a challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would like to ask the audience as well. We're going to have a screen, a QR code showing on the screen. I would like us to scan it, get to participate. When you see a headline there, the wife fails to give husband children after 10 years, we want to rewrite these narratives together. Just type in how you think you can rephrase a title like that to cause empathy, to still tell the story in a better way without making someone feel like they are a failure, or without actually, you know, sending the wrong message. So scan that code, and as we go through the session, please participate in actually putting the answers that you think would make a better title. Thank you so much. I would like to also just add to Daisy there. There's another headline here that we have that says, barrenness curse ruins young couple's marriage. Barrenness curse ruins a young couple's marriage. As a relationship advocate, what do you think is wrong with this, and what impact could it have?
Thank you for that, Lisa. It's problematic on several levels. First, it takes away the identity of a couple, that their identity is tied to their ability or inability to have children, which is not the case. Second, terming infertility as a curse makes it stamps the problematic cultural myths that have been peddled and that we have believed, and it suggests that infertility is a punishment or a spiritual failure, which we know it's not. So we need to treat infertility as a legitimate medical case issue. Third, it leans more on sensationalization rather than the sensitivity that this topic requires. And lastly, like I said in the previous question, it carries with it a gender bias, that this is a woman's problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really true. Many women are struggling, and like you've mentioned, are covering up for the men so that, public opinion does not kill the man's ego and things like that. But I think it's important that we carry this as a team, as a unit together. Thank you so much for that. Rachel, you've been in the media space for a while. And like Henry mentioned, when it comes to journalism, at least I've had my fair share of journalists. They want to sell a story. They want what people are going to buy. So they're trying to make as many sales as possible. And sometimes you find that it's really hurting people out there, and they don't care about what it's doing to you. They just want to make the money. So when you hear a story like IVF mom finally redeems herself by conceiving twins, what does that spur in you?
Rage. A little rage.
Yeah.
Not to belabor what Daisy and everybody else has said about sensationalism and, putting the focus on selling the paper as opposed to the individuals behind the story.
Yeah.
I think that we've come a long way, I think, in journalism, because as journalists we are trained to sell, to create headlines that are going to capture people's attention. I actually remember when I was in school, my lecturer said that between the headline, man bites dog and dog bites man, which one do you think is going to sell? And obviously dog bites man, so we are always going to go to the extreme. But I think as we evolve as a society with the advent of even social media, for example, we all have YouTube channels. Before I put out a caption or a title, I'm going to check with the person I have hosted to say, how do you feel about this title? Does it accurately portray your story or what you wanted the world to know about you? And then we'll have that dialogue. Before, that used not to happen. And I think that there's more involvement now from the public. I really do believe that even traditional media is kind of coming out of that sensationalism. It's still there a bit, but we are more and more aware of what the news does to people and aware of the people behind the news than we were many years ago.
That's really amazing. We really need to be very sensitive. It really hurts when you see a story that does not depict what you are truly going through, and they're just focusing on the sales. Maybe I'll just ask Henry, how would you reframe or how would you rewrite a story like that? The one of wife fails to give husband children after 10 years, knowing what we know now, after hearing everything we have had. How would you make it, empathetic, but still tell the story?
In the world of journalism, I'll be frank with you. You'll have to create something that is catchy, however much that now we're into the interventions of solution journalism. So such topics of infertility, of what is being brought about to help the audiences or the masses out there will really be channeled into solution journalism. In solution journalism, what you're looking at is you're feeling for people, you stand with them, and at the end of the day, you're bringing something on board that will help the society. When you look at the media landscape as of today, yes, we're into a political season. The first 8 stories, either in the paper or broadcast, will all be on politics. Or if non-politics, I would say it will be on politics. Such stories like infertility, fertility, or health stories will not really be channeled into the mainstream. And what exactly happens in such stories is for organizations like Rainbow Health Foundation and the many others that are into this space really to engage people to get to understand how best do we tell these stories. If a journalist out there does not really have enough information on the topic, they will really tell whatever they want to tell. How many journalists in Uganda know about infertility or fertility as a whole? What data is there to inform the story they are telling? What makes a good story when you're looking at a topic like fertility or infertility? One, you'll have to highlight someone's story. You'll have to make the audiences feel with the person that is telling their story. Make it relatable. You'll need data. Paint the picture of how big the problem is. But at the end of the day, what interventions have been brought on board to help those that cannot really go through conceiving naturally? How best can they help them? What initiatives, New Genesis, Women is Hospital, and many others, what have they really brought on board? So those are the kind of things that we can be able to engage. We can look at the headline that you're talking about. Woman fails to give husband children after 10 years. It is a tricky headline where it is really going to start different emotions. The husband is there saying, you're the problem. The woman is also saying, you're the problem. And now you're the storyteller, you're there in the middle. What story do I tell? So it is a conversation for all of us to think through to tell a better headline.
That's amazing. I want to see from some of our responses here. The audience has spoken. So someone says, couple struggles for 10 years. But struggles with what? Then someone says, couple shares their 10-year story with infertility. I think that's better. I don't know what you guys think. Couple shares their 10-year story with infertility. A couple faces a long-standing fertility challenge to bear children. Couple still struggling to have a child after 10 years. When I see this, I see people have included it as a team. And I think that's really important. So that no one is pointing fingers to, is it the wife, is it the husband? You've protected one another. And I think that's better storytelling when it comes to the person who's actually sharing their story. Fertility scars for 10 years. Infertility is not all about the wife. The blame seems to be on a woman's side. So I think the language, you can hear the language is changing. The language of teamwork. And I think that really helps us in having a better direction when we're fighting stigma, because the women are actually struggling. So we can put up the second headline. Daisy, how would you reshape that kind of title? Baroness Cass.
First, I would remove the word barrenness. I would say, can you repeat the full title?
Okay, so it says, Baroness Cass ruins young couple's marriage.
Maybe young couple going through an infertility journey. Yeah, perhaps that, because infertility is actually a medical issue, not a curse. The way you get a headache, you'll get migraines, it's a medical issue.
Rachel, do you have any thoughts to that title and how we think we can rephrase it?
No, I think she's done very well, because the title seems to suggest that their marriage has been ruined, right?
Yeah.
That they've separated because of infertility. And I think I agree with Daisy. Simply use the medical term, because words like barrenness and curse invoke
stigma. We tend to focus a lot on scandal because scandal sells, but we need to focus more on solutions and not portray women as the problem. Invite men into this conversation and let it be normalized. Yeah.
Maybe from me, it is a conversation for the entire community, not only from the media, because media is just a mirror for the society. We tell what the society is telling. Earlier on, we had panelists from the insurance companies that were really talking about their packages, but also when you go to such issues like fertility, there are no initiatives that have been brought on board for men. When you go to check for impotence, there's no insurance company that is able or that is willing to support this kind of initiative. Yet, globally or even locally, many people are silently battling these challenges every day. But to the organizers and everyone that is in charge of such conversations, let's provide the information to the storytellers. Let's ground them with the figures that will really help them tell the stories. You will not see a fertility story in the paper because there is no one that has interest in this story. Make people interested into these stories. When you go to Dr. Sally here at Women's Hospital, he's very willing to open up, share their story, tell you what is happening there, give you what technology they're using. This will really draw more people to tell such stories. The more the information is shared, the more you get understand the topic, your stories, or the community will start really caring about infertility or fertility as a whole. That's my call.
Yeah, that's amazing, Henry. Actually, when you talk about people being able to share their stories, I've had an experience where, because of the platforms that we have, when you have the ladies come up and share their story, then the people in the public also are like, oh my God, yes, I'm suffering too, or how can I get support? So if we come out and tell our stories, we actually beat the stigma, because stigma loves silence. Keep quiet, don't tell anyone, and I think that really affects us. So if we are brave enough, let's tell our stories as much as we can. That really helps people to empathize with us, because the truth is people lack knowledge. When you've never gone through a situation, it's so far from you that you're not able to be as empathetic as you need to be. So if we tell our stories more, I think it will really, really help in, you know, making people more vocal, empathetic, and then we can even get solutions together, because now we're not hiding in silence. Thank you so much, my amazing panelists. Guys, a round of applause to the media team. Yes, over to you, MC.
Thank you for that engaging conversation. Guys, didn't I tell you it was just getting better? As you were thinking about going home, and I would still tell you there's too much traffic. So let's just stay and get this done. Have fun, enjoy. It's Friday. Where are we rushing to? All is well. It shall be well. Tomorrow is Saturday. We'll get back into the grind. Now, anything that didn't get done today won't get done. Nobody will die, I believe. Even the doctors. We pray and believe that nobody will. Yeah. Media team. We want to get into the discussion on research. And the person to get us straight into this research conversation is a renowned Ugandan doctor who is shaking the tables on the global scene. Her name is Dr. Margaret Mutumba, and she's a global health innovator, scholar, and advocate with over a decade of expertise in reproductive health and fertility care in sub-Saharan Africa. She's a WHO consultant on human reproduction, and she's the director of the Frugal Biomedical Innovations Program. At this point, there are many hard words, so if my tongue gets twisted, we shall be fine. Adjunct research professor at Western University, she develops culturally tailored, affordable medical technologies to advance health equity in underserved communities. She's the co-founder of MedAtlas, a digital health platform transforming access to specialist care in Africa, and her leadership has been recognized with awards such as the Women Lift Health Leadership Scholarship and Uganda Diaspora Impact Award. Dr. Mutumba also serves on the boards of impactful organizations, including the Nabagereka Development Foundation, and she has co-chaired the Canadian Conference for Global Health. With a PhD in public health sciences and research spanning women's health, reproductive advocacy, and health equity, she's committed to bridging innovation and impact for a healthier, more equitable world. Media team, I would like for you to project and bring Dr. Margaret Mutumba on screen. She's joining us via Zoom in her, I'm sure, beautiful office. As we wait for that, allow me to also introduce a wonderful lady called Mrs. Irene Mutumba, the proud mother of this doctor who's all the way. Mrs. Mutumba, please stand up and wave to the Watuze. Very proud that her daughter is, like I said, shaking the global scene there. Welcome, Dr. Margaret. Can you hear us? Can we see her picture? Lovely, lovely. We are yet to see you, but we can hear you.
Fantastic.
Please take it away. The stage is set, and we're all eager to hear from you.
Thank you so much again for having me, for Fiona, Restoring Hope, this symposium. It's been fantastic for me to join virtually on YouTube. We have a fantastic audience online, and it has been wonderful to see a lot of amazing pioneers and champions that I have worked with in the fertility space. So congratulations for bringing this dialogue to the forefront. As has mentioned, I'm a researcher, but I like to think of myself as a researcher who tries to bring what is very technical information into the public space. I know as researchers we overcomplicate our language, and that is not beneficial for the many men and women that we are trying to support. And so I applaud media. I think media has played an important role in bringing research into a language that is more feasible. And perhaps just before I speak on data, I just wanted to add to the panel that has just passed to say that it would be great to highlight stories of couples who have successfully navigated fertility treatment. I think we overly sometimes focus on the burden of infertility, and I think we've done well to do that because it has led to a lot of advancement. But I've been really enjoying seeing the young people, especially the youth, share their fertility journeys, their treatment journeys on YouTube, on social media, because it destigmatizes the treatment journey. A lot of people are aware of infertility and the burden of it, but many of them might be scared of what treatment might mean. And so I hope as media we can also pay more attention to profiling successful and unsuccessful stories to destigmatize treatment. And I'm glad that the predecessors have already talked about what is lacking in data. And we know that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. But I want to start by highlighting that we need more funding around supporting fertility research. As an advocate in this space, I have seen billions of dollars directed towards contraception. And when we often talk about reproductive health, the discussion is always centered around contraception. And contraception is important. Of course, it's important to space and time families, but what that means is we're neglecting the discussion around family building, which means funding around family building is also being left behind. I was very excited to see recently in the news, for instance, the president of Namibia rejecting an AGL contraceptive medical technology that can be built, arguing that we are pushing for contraception, but when women in particular decide then to start families, we're not providing affordable services that they can access to start their families. So we can't talk about preventing families and then ignore the other side, which is why we're all gathered here, around how is family building being done. So I implore all of you in the room, when you're accessing various services in different healthcare centers around reproductive health, challenge your healthcare providers to at least start offering services around diagnostics. I'm really appreciative of the private sector that has been a trailblazer in this area, Dr. Edward Salim, Dr. Mark Mulinga, and all the other doctors we have seen today that saw a need in the society and decided to put their own resources behind that. And so we need to challenge our Ministry of Health leaders. I mean, I'm very grateful to trailblazers like Dr. Sarah Okendi, who really brought a voice to the infertility space, and it's a huge part of why this was being brought at the government and national level. But I challenge all of us in the room to push our politicians to advocate at least for diagnostic services within our health centers. What this will do is allow us to collect the critical data that we've been talking about today. We need national level data that is saying who is experiencing infertility, and we know that there is less dialogue with male infertility, but it's very prevalent. And the reason I know this is because, of course, I started a digital health company called MedAtlas, and the goal is to ensure patients throughout Africa can access fertility care. But I was very surprised, and most of you in the room might be very surprised, that most of our clients are male. And what this said to me is that when we're talking about reproductive health, we often think women automatically. But we know that there are very many men who are struggling in this area. And the reason they were using our platform is because it was private. While it's great to have fertility centers, men often don't want to go into those centers because it automatically suggests that they are experiencing infertility, and that is something they are still struggling with. We have seen many patients, as has been said before, a woman comes in, makes an appointment with her husband to come and seek care, and her husband refuses to come to the fertility center because of what that means for their own public perception. So we need to have one national level support, but not for just services at the clinical center. We need to include innovation and digital solutions that can allow people, at least in the beginning stages while we're dealing with stigma, to access these services privately, confidentially, and remotely. I would also like to suggest that we don't know who is accessing these services. So I like what the other panelists, the insurance panelists were saying, that we need to know who needs these services, what they're willing to pay, and which other stakeholders we can have to subsidize the services. If services are mainly in Kampala, costing millions of Uganda shillings, we know it's the rich and affluent accessing them. And for me as a researcher who's focused on affordable fertility care, it means that we need to provide data of the socio-economic status of different people that are experiencing infertility. Perhaps we have already seen initiatives such as with the Uganda Fertility Society as well as the Africa Fertility Society, where they created a registry. So the registry already exists. There's spaces where this data can be input. The problem is we need buy-in from the various stakeholders to provide that data. I think a big piece of data, a challenge that fertility experiences with data is because it is such a sensitive topic. People are very apprehensive about sharing their data. So something that I haven't had to discuss here per se is security, cybersecurity and data security and data sovereignty. If people are sharing this information, they want to be assured that it's going to be safely secured and it's not going to be publicized to other people, especially after they're going through such a very sensitive journey with infertility. I want to applaud the community-led organizations such as Fiona. We have seen exceptional leadership from our patient groups. I know Joint Fertility Center by Ms. Rita Sembia. These have been trailblazers that have put a face with infertility. And as researchers, we need you to put the face to the data we're providing. I would say data is important, but from what I've seen, stories touch the heart. Data touches the logic, but stories touch the heart. And so we all need to be working collaboratively to put this information out there. We also are interested in what we are terming low-cost IVF. Cost is the biggest barrier for accessing fertility care in Africa. And so we want you to champion your leaders, your researchers. I'm glad that we have talked about the School of Public Health, which my background is in public health and I collaborate with. There is technology out there that is making fertility more affordable, as low as $2,000. So how can we do more research on low-cost fertility options, validate that research, so that insurance companies and other stakeholders can support technology that's already there and ultimately benefits the patients. It means more patients have access to fertility care. And perhaps the last thing I would mention is we need to invest in national health data systems. We need to train and fund more fertility researchers and clinicians. And ultimately, the data that is developed We have seen a lot of times data is developed but it's not taken up into policy or it's not adopted. So I think the data development and the policy uptake are extremely critical. Otherwise, it stands the chance of falling flat. I want to conclude by really saying that fertility obviously is not a luxury. It's a core component of reproductive health and rights. And data is not a technical issue. Data is a justice issue. We need it to validate why we're advocating for these services. So if we want to break the silence on infertility, we must also break the data silence. We need to count what matters. We need to find what works, and we need to listen to the people who are often left out of the picture, which is many people in the room, but also many who are not currently in the room with us. I want to thank you, and I'll end there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Margaret. Thank you very much. And yeah, I like the last line there, break the data silence. And another two things that I picked that have stood out for me mainly was low-cost fertility options, as low as $2,000. How? Wow. I would love to see that happen, and I'm looking forward to it. And I also like the Med Atlas app. Dr. Margaret, I know you're still hearing us. I hope we can have that Med Atlas app come down and trickle down into Uganda so we can have more men accessing it and also sharing their struggles in there, because they need the privacy. So thank you very much, Dr. Margaret. And still on the research conversation, we have our colleagues, our friends from Bethany Hospital, and we were meant to have Dr. Andabati Gonzaga here, but today is their theater day, so he's busy in theater, but he has his representative, Dr. Patrick Perry, the director of Bethany Entebbe branch, and Dr. Patrick is also going to share some statistics and some data that they've done at Bethany, and we'll quickly then hear from our researchers at Makerere University. Over to you, Dr. Perry.
Thank you for having me. Rainbow Oye. We are breaking silence, but we are so silent. Infertility Oye. Infertility Oye. So what silence are we breaking if we cannot appreciate that we are here for infertility? So let me say again, Fiona Oye. Now I think there is traction. So thank you very much. Like they have introduced, my name is Dr. Pili. Most of you don't know me, and it is okay. Even me, I didn't know myself when I came out of the womb. But gradually they told me, you are Patrick, you come from this clan, you come from this region. And I got to discover myself. How many of you have watched Fiona's story? By show of hands. One of the key things I got from her story is infertility made her to discover who she is. So this journey is a journey of discovery. And when you finally discover yourself, you are going to be at peace. That you are not abnormal. The only thing that is different is your fertility. You as a human being, you are a full person. There is only one aspect of your life which is different. That is your fertility. And we thank God there is now a solution. Please, let's not feel silent. Let's not feel like, you know, we are going to die tomorrow. No. There is a solution. And I can tell you from my practice, 90%, the fertility doctors are here, 90% of the clients I see do not need IVF. We shouldn't make fertility about IVF. IVF contributes about 5 to 10% of our clients, even in Bethany. But we treat thousands and thousands of clients who need fertility care, some even on phone. They call you, you give them a prescription, they go to a pharmacy, buy a prescription, the next day they send you a urinary HCG strip. Doctor, we have done it. So it's not 20 million, it's 5,000 clomiphene. So, like they had mentioned, I'm representing Dr. Andavati, our Executive Director and CEO. Today is our theater day, so he got engaged, and I said, my muzukuru, go and represent me. So I am the support staff. So I am going to give you some information. It might not be so data-driven, but we are here to break silence. So I've tried to tailor it towards breaking silence. So the first thing is IVF is not enough. That's my cat's presentation. We have done IVF, we have done fertility treatment, we have given all the sorts of treatment, and people have conceived, but we have realized IVF is not enough. People conceive through IVF, but they realize that, oh, I am still categorized differently. Your name somehow does not change. They think that once the baby comes, you are now part of society, but society has kept you in a corner. Most people realize this, so it's devastating. So Fiona and the team are doing a very wonderful job. So some of us are getting out of the consultation room now. We have realized we will give people babies, but society will still refuse to accept you. Society will point at you and say, that is the lady who had issues with infertility. Even when you are carrying the baby, they want to examine the baby and see, does the baby have all the body parts? Is this baby going to even be alive for long? They have told you that the oldest child of IVF is 48 years. Now she even has grandchildren. Some of you inside here will marry our children of IVF. Your children will marry the children of IVF. And that is going to happen very soon, because we have somebody who is now 18 years or so. She's going to get married soon. So whether you like it or not, we have to break the silence. So my next slide is really talking about research. Our topic is research. It took close to 100 years plus behind the scenes for them to get the first IVF child. People died in laboratories. So you cannot divorce research from fertility care. It is part and parcel of our fertility care, because Steptoe and R.G. Edwards, the people who pioneered infertility care, took so long to finally arrive at Louise Brown. So then the Eureka moment came. Eureka is like, finally, we have hit it. So on the 25th of July 1978, that was 40, about 48 years from today, the first IVF baby arrived. Then people said, maybe we can even genetically determine these babies, because they were now excited. Said, well, let us put babies that are genetically normal. Then PGD came. Then eventually IVF went through another phase, what we call conventional IVF, where you mix the sperm with the eggs and they sort themselves out. Then they said, maybe some sperms be lazy. Let us inject the sperm into the egg. So around 1992, ICSI came. So this time now, doctor said, you get one sperm, you inject into the egg to form a baby. Then Now, through this technology, we are now having close to 10 million plus children through IVF in this world. That is IVF alone, but if we talk about fertility treatment in general, we are probably approaching 50 million plus. So these children are here with us. So then there came the disappointment. There was a eureka moment. We have arrived. Things are better. We are now going to have our babies. This fertility has been sorted. Then came the disappointment. IVF is not 100%. But should it be 100%? I keep asking my clients that question. Should fertility treatment be 100%? Is it 100% with God? Now we'll be trying in that bedroom every night. So this was the disappointment for the scientific community that IVF was not 100%. So for me, I'm here to ask the research questions today. Does having a child really remove the stigma? Once you have been categorized as having a fertility problem, even if you came and presented, you have become a nalongo. You have, I don't know, someone who has triplets. What language do they, how do they call them in Luganda? Nalongo 3 times? Bilongo. So that people still don't have. So how many women like Fiona are willing to come to tell their story? I can tell you, 1 out of 5 of us in this room will struggle with infertility, whether you like it or not. But how many of us are going to share our stories? How many of us are willing to come out and talk boldly like Fiona is doing? Even as the fertility doctors, the way we talk, we be whispering. No, let's talk with loud voice. Because there is now a solution. So the stigma is still prevalent in the 21st century, where there is the global village, where information is now at the fingertip, where you don't need a doctor to read about infertility. It is on your phone. Why are we still stigmatizing these people? Why are we still making them feel like they are not human? Why are we isolating them? So we are saying we still need to ask ourselves the question, why is IVF not 100%? And for me, I don't think it needs to be 100%. Body, probably, which is the reproductive system. So it is time for us to move away from stigmatizing our people. Let us embrace RHF with what they are doing. Please, the fertility clinics can embrace this. Engage the media. The media is part of us. Come and get the stories from these doctors. Let them talk about their success stories. Dr. Moingo is here, Dr. Sari, our grandfather is here in Uganda. He has so much to talk about the success stories. So that we move like it's in a wall. We don't move like, like we are beaten. We need to get out of the consultation rooms as doctors and talk. We need to embrace local research. Most of the research we have in the fertility field in the US, UK, Dr. Mtumba has just talked about it. We need local research and we need funding for this local research. Some of you are well connected. Please, the doctors are willing to study because this is what we do. We spend 15, 20 years studying. So research is part of us. If you have the funds through Fiona's foundation, avail the funds and we get local data to influence the discussions in this room so that we know the issues are in West Nile, the issues are in Buganda, the issues are in Ankole. The next symposium can be in Ankole. If we know the issues are in the East, the next symposium can be in Soroti. Then we say, you know, we are coming to Soroti because our latest information shows Soroti is leading Uganda in terms of infertility. Or people are killing each other in Karamoja because of infertility. Our data is giving us that information. So people who have the monies, please, let us support Fiona in her efforts, and we do the data. We get the information. And finally, I want to say to those women who have fertility challenges, this is what I keep telling them all the time. You are not a failure, please. Let us repeat, we are not failures. There is only a problem with our fertility. Our fertility is different, and it is okay. Because now there is a solution to this problem. So ladies and gentlemen, from Bethany, we want to tell you it is time to break the silence. It is time to embrace infertility. We are here for you. The fertility clinics are everywhere. Please, you don't need 20 million. I told you, you can only treat fertility with even 5,000 or even advice alone. Balance the boat in this style and the baby will come. Thank you so much. Those are our locations, and you will find us in those 3 locations. Thank you.
Guys, a louder hand clap for Dr. Pili. Okay. Who delivers such a heavy topic with such humor? And of course, at RHF, we are so happy for everything you have said about us, about supporting RHF. In fact, someone was asking me, did you pay this guy? So we are really honored to have had that conversation and hear from you. Dr. Samuel Ouma, and at this point I'll call you up together with Ivan. A few months ago, sometime I think last year, we got a phone call. Ivan, I don't even, oh yes, one of Ivan who's coming up is a student at Makerere University who was doing his degree in clinical psychology, and his lecturer said, call these people and talk to them. Ivan calls us, and the topic he was doing his research on was really the things that we're talking about and advocating for today. And the excitement with which he shared his findings with his supervisor, Dr. Samuel said, I also need to be a part of this. So today, they are here. They are going to present their findings, part of Ivan's work that he's done. And so I'm not going to Q&A. So you're going to share, and Ivan will share. And let's hear what came out of this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doris, for having us here. Thank you very much, Fiona, and your team. When I first got to know about the work that you're doing, I was so excited. That was the time when my student, Ivan, was beginning to conceptualize his study. And we had tested the ground like any other researcher would do. We had tested the ground to see who exactly we were going to work with. And it was proving to be so hard. But being here today has allowed for me to know why that was actually the case. Previously, I was like, how mean can colleagues in this field be that they don't want anyone to know what they are doing? That was the perception I had. But hearing from Dr. Mark and all the other doctors who are doing the work with infertility, and knowing what we know now has actually allowed me to have an understanding of how difficult this can be a research topic because of the terrain that we are working in. I want to allow Ivan to just share his findings, and then I can give some remarks at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivan Mwanguzi. I'm a student at Makerere, and I'm doing my master's in clinical psychology. I'm here to present a bit of my paper. So the title is The Lived Experiences of Undergoing IVF Treatment in Kampala. This is just a small component of the paper, but the paper is quite broad. We were looking at experiences before the decision to do IVF. We also examined the experiences of the IVF treatment for the participants, and we also went further and examined the experiences of the participants after successfully having a child through IVF. So essentially, we looked at people that have had success with IVF. Next slide, please. Okay, so we already know from the so many speakers that we had earlier that infertility is a global health problem. We have over 48 million couples struggling with infertility and about 186 million individuals that are struggling with infertility. And in Uganda, we know that it's very important to have children. Yeah? When you are unable to have a child, it has social ramifications. It is linked to someone being a failure. It brings about marital strain and brings a lot of emotional distress. The aim of our study, and in light of the fact that IVF is a growing option for people that are struggling to have children, increasingly in Uganda, our aim for this study was to explore the experiences of people that have done IVF in Uganda. So what's the burden of infertility? Just to continue to paint the picture of what things look like in Uganda. Now, like so many previous speakers have said, we have very little data in regards to infertility, fertility that is local to the Ugandan context. But we see from the few studies, the small research that has been done, we see about 10 to 15 couples in Uganda are affected by some form of infertility. And we see that many of these couples and individuals suffer silently. Yeah? They don't have the spaces to share what they're going through. And sometimes they don't even understand what is happening for them. Yeah? Why are we focusing on ARTs? We are focusing on ARTs because IVF is increasingly becoming common. But we see that IVF support is mostly medical. So many people view IVF as a medical procedure only. But like with so many speakers, like they shared earlier, we can see that IVF is more than a medical procedure. IVF has psychological implications. It has also social connotations to it and financial connotations to it. So it's more than just a medical procedures, and it is very underexplored in Uganda. We still don't understand the psychosocial factors around IVF, for example, stigma, the strain on the relationships of these couples. Yeah, and so this study we hope to contribute by documenting these lived experiences so that as people do research, as someone is considering doing IVF, they can read some of these things and see what other people have been through to see if it can help in their journey. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll just go to the significance. So the significance of this study, or the importance of this study, is one, to inform the fertility clinics, practitioners, and policymakers for informed support. Our hope is that from all this data that we have gathered, these stakeholders, who are really the players in the industry, can see what is happening for these participants and perhaps improve services for the clients. Next slide, please. Okay. In regards to method, the study is qualitative, and we used interpretative phenomenological analysis. Why we chose IPF for the research is because we wanted to be able to examine the cognitive and or the psychological undertones in the narratives that we gathered from the research. And we looked at individuals around Greater Kampala metropolitan area that have had at least one successful IVF in the past 5 years. And our sample comprised of 8 participants, and we selected them via passive and snowball sampling. We did in-depth interviews with the 8, and we used Atlas TI for analysis. We sought ethical approval for the study from TASO, Research Ethics Committee. We made sure to get informed consent from the participants, and also we assured them of confidentiality and privacy while conducting the interviews. Yeah, so the stories that you're going to see, they have names, but we used pseudonyms. These are not the names of the participants. Okay, next slide. Okay, so like I said, this is part of the bigger project. So the first research question, we really examined what were the experiences of people before they decided to do IVF. We also looked a bit into the decision-making process. How do people actually make the decision to do IVF? So this starts off after that question. We want to take you through the IVF treatment experiences. And in looking at the data we gathered, we have 2 major themes that came up. The first one is the physical, emotional, and the financial cost of IVF. And the second one is, which you'll see later, is about now after they've conceived, then the journey of pregnancy, birth, and post-delivery. So go to the previous slide, please. Okay, so financial cost of IVF. So many speakers have highlighted this. Yeah, we can see for Sarah here, she paid about 22 million, and she says this was all minus other expenses that the doctors don't tell you about. They'll just give you a block figure and say, pay this much. Yeah, this can be very distressing for someone because you're asking them to pay 22 million shillings for a treatment. You haven't broken it down. They don't know what they're paying for, and perhaps they don't even have this money. So it would make it very simpler for this person if they knew exactly what they are paying for. And for many, they didn't have the money. We can see here in Amina's narrative, the family had to come together to collect money for her to be able to do the treatment. For James, he says it was not simple. I went through a lot. I had to go for a loan for which I am paying for still. Years after getting a child, he's still paying for that loan. IVF alone was about 17 million. Embryo transfer, things were really, really expensive. And for Amina still, as they were totaling the bill for her to tell her how much money she had to pay, the pressure was too much. It was overwhelming for her mother that she passed out, what she refers to as pulling a pressure, and they had to give her a drip in there to calm her pressure levels. Yeah? So this goes to show you the gravity of how much IVF costs. Yeah? Next slide, please. Okay, the other dimension to cost is the physical pain and bodily intrusions. Yeah? Every day those drips, I'd get about 2 for a month because I was really anemic, I was throwing up, I was always in hospital. So the treatment is not very easy for some people. It comes with such experiences of being in the hospital because the participants say they really felt sick, yeah, for long periods during the treatment. Some of them reported experiences of ovarian hyperstimulation, which they reported as being very, very painful for them. As you can see in the narrative from Sarah here, where she was saying because of the hyperstimulation from the medicine, she was literally in pain, her stomach was swollen, and she looked pregnant, even when she was still on treatment, before she conceived. Yeah? The experiences of bleeding, like we see for Amina, these experiences are very uncomfortable, very, very unpleasant. And you can imagine for someone to go through, to figure out the money, yeah? Remember, they have already walked a journey of infertility. They didn't have a child, perhaps for about 10 years of, I don't know, it's different for everyone. And then they have to figure out the money, like for instance, in Sarah's case, who had to figure out about 22 million. She has figured out that money, and all this is also happening for her, which brings us to the next slide. This is still about physical. So a bit about the bodily, the intrusive procedures. Rebecca here is telling us they give you medicine to stop your periods, and then when the periods come, there are tests they make you do when you're in your periods. It's a bit embarrassing, but since you know when you're chasing something, you put everything aside. What does this tell us? Yeah, this lady was not very, very comfortable with what was being done to her. I mean, it's very uncomfortable for someone to be poking and prodding when you're on your period, but she was also chasing something, like she said. Her focus, her goal was to eventually one day become a mother. So she put all the shame that came with the process aside to be able to continue with the treatment. And we have an experience from a man here, Daniel, who is 45 years old, who says the process of getting the semen was a little weird, and that's when you'll start to have questions. So the men in the study were very, very uncomfortable with the way sperm is harvested, for lack of a better term for them. Yeah. Out of theater, you have a catheter that is painful as well. The stabs you use, the insertions, at times they burn. I'm saying they have to suck out that water, those eggshells from you when you're literally feeling everything. You are conscious. So these processes can be, they are essential to the treatment, but they can be very intrusive and they can be very, very painful to the people that are undergoing treatment. All that together can lead to emotional strain during the treatment. We see Olivia here who said, I cried alone. I never told anyone what I was going through, not even my mother. I used to go to work like everything was okay, then came back home and I cried myself to sleep. So the treatment was quite difficult for her, but like so many people have already shared, the journey of infertility and the journey of fertility treatment or infertility treatment can be so personal. It has, it comes with a lot of loneliness. You have nobody to tell. Perhaps people around you will not understand what you're going through. And so Olivia was struggling by herself. Yeah. During the treatment, I don't even know if I was thinking. Yeah. Perhaps she needed to take herself away from the whole experience to be able to go through the treatment. When I left the doctor's office, I just wanted to go somewhere. I wanted to see my mother. I was in pain emotionally. I wanted to go to my mother, and I didn't want to tell her what I was going through. Still, the loneliness of infertility and infertility treatment is very evident still in Olivia's narrative. It got to a point, I think, after one of the procedures, she says on her way home, she couldn't even feel her legs. Yeah, I got paralyzed, half of my body going down, like Westline. I was driving, but I stopped feeling myself. I stopped feeling the car. Yeah, this points to trauma. Yeah, so whatever procedure was happening for her was very traumatic for her. This narrative shows us that clearly. Because he's giving and not receiving anything in return, he was not talking to anyone, he was not seeing a therapist. That brought him to the bar. This shows us that there are participants or clients that do IVF that don't receive psychological support. And she was referring to her husband. Yeah? He didn't receive any psychological support, and because of everything that was happening, he started to drink. Yeah? Now later we see, after they've had children, they had to deal with his drinking, which had become a problem to the marriage. It really made the relationship difficult. You are fascinated and fixed on having a kid. The love you have for this person reduces. Everything is taken up by IVF. So for many, everything around their lives started to resolve around IVF and having a child, and they started to neglect their partners, and that had catastrophic consequences to their relationships. Actually, for the case of Amina, that relationship actually ended. Next slide, please. We have pregnancy, birth, and post-delivery experiences. We see here stories or narratives of participants that were really, really happy after they got the news that they had conceived. You can see for Amina and Grace over there, and many of them did expect success, but they had success. But we also see very many that had very unpleasant pregnancy experiences. And this is not to say that IVF, if you conceive through IVF, the pregnancy experience will be unpleasant. No. But we are just like, for these participants, this is what happened for them. Next slide, please. Birth experiences, they brought out the first boy, the second was a boy, the girl came last. That was the most beautiful day in my life. So you can see the joy of this mother after having a child. Next slide, please. I wasn't talking, I was annoyed. So for Olivia, the birth experience was really, really complicated. The birth for the baby was also another trying moment. I remember the doctor calling his friend saying, "This is a complicated case, but where are you? I told you, let us start with this case. You come early, we start on this case because it is complicated." Then after he was moving me, he also came and told me, "You know what? There are chances of removing your uterus. I just wanted to let you know, so that in case we remove it." So this is a narrative from Rebecca, and this is what she was told just before she went into surgery. Then after they've had just a few hours after having the babies, some people had complications, like Olivia had PPH. My tummy had swollen. I had the doctor say she has PPH. She pressed my stomach like he was washing a blanket. Blood poured. I got numb. I couldn't even cry. The pain was just too much for her. And when her husband came to see her, she could see tears. Things were not good. But we see for Grace, her experience was different. Her babies were all fine, and she says she can't even really explain the kind of feelings she had because she was so happy, and she came back to life. This means that for Grace, it felt as if she had lost her life before she had children. Next slide, please. So what are we trying to say in conclusion? We see that infertility presents a lot of mental health challenges, and they lead to mental health challenges, including anxiety, depression, stress among individuals. And we see that, yes, the IVF treatments offer hope, but they can also introduce an additional layer of psychological complications that people already had. But despite that, IVF remains a successful pathway to having children for couples and individuals that are struggling. And for some couples, the shared experience of becoming parents through IVF strengthens their relationships. That's what the data is showing us. However, the immense pressure and emotional toll of IVF treatment can introduce new risks to the relationship, and strain the relationship that could, if not taken care of, could end the relationship. What are we recommending? We're recommending that fertility clinics integrate the biopsychosocial model into fertility care. That way they look at the biological aspect, the psychological aspects, and the psychological and also the social aspects to fertility care. We are also recommending empathetic communication training for the health workers in fertility care, because it's coming out more evident that some of them are not very sensitive when they are talking to the clients or patients. And while you could be a doctor and you're just speaking matter of fact about something to the client, it is not received that way. You're causing the client a lot of pain, yeah? And that has an effect on the success rates of the treatment you're trying to give. Collaborative advocacy campaigns, like what RHF is doing with the fertility clinics and everybody else here. We also recommend strengthened regulatory frameworks. We already had a panel on that. I won't get into that. And peer support groups. Yeah, it would be so wonderful if the fertility clinics, all of them, had peer support groups. Yeah, where patients can just come together and share and talk about all the things that are causing them pain, bringing them joy or not. Yeah, it would be so wonderful. It can be therapeutic. It can be very, very helpful. And it can also increase the chances or the rates of success for the treatment. The limitations and lessons we learned from the study: one, recruitment of participants was very, very difficult due to stigma and privacy concerns. Many people didn't want to participate in the study. But also we received very limited cooperation from some of the fertility clinics. They weren't very willing to even let us inside the door to talk about this. And yet we theorized that it would be through the fertility clinics because they actually have the patients, but it didn't work out that way. So if we can come together and work together, and the people that have access to these participants to tell their stories, for us to get data that can improve research and fill up the data gaps that we have as a country. We also learned that if you are able to provide a safe environment for people, they can tell their stories. Yeah? All right. The other recommendation is more research. We need more research. We need mixed studies, quantitative studies, qualitative studies about different aspects of IVF and infertility, surrogacy, and the whole shebang, really. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I know our time is fast spent, so I'll just wrap up with a few comments. I think this study, like many other studies that have been done in Uganda, showed the need. The need when it comes to infertility, the need for those women and men who are struggling with infertility and who have gone through or are currently going through infertility alone as individuals or as couples, even without the support of their immediate families. So spaces like this one that Fiona and her team have created have continued to help us to have this dialogue, to have this conversation, but also to create synergies and collaborations on how best we can tackle this. From Makerere University, Department of Mental Health and Community Psychology, following these conversations and these findings, we are now going more into how well we can prepare our students to be part of the solution, to look at the psychological issues that surround infertility. And yes, previously we looked at mental health more into the extremes of psychosis, bipolar. We are now looking at mental health in relation to these medical conditions, the social conditions that we are grappling with. There's still so many questions that remain unanswered. For example, how is infertility lived in the rural areas of Uganda? How is infertility experienced by men? We know that, yes, the 30-40% of men who might be experiencing infertility, there's very little that we know about them. How is it? What are their experiences like? How do we get men involved in this forum such that we hear the stories of their experiences? But more importantly, how can we collaboratively work together to find solutions? Our interest is not to research about infertility. Our interest is to research with people who have lived these experiences to find the solution. So research must involve the very people who have lived the experiences. Many times when we come and we don't have these lived experiences, we are very theoretical. We can become very insensitive in how we approach our research questions, how we interpret the data. But we want to involve people with lived experiences in researching about their experiences, in finding solutions that can help. How do we help that woman who is crying all night to sleep, yet during day they seem to be normal? How do we work with such individuals? So there's so many questions that remain unanswered, but we hope that through research, through collaborations, we can find solutions. Thank you very much.
Before I go away, I'd like to say thank you again to Doris. I don't think this research would have been possible without Doris and Fiona. I mean, it took us 8 months before we got the first participant for this study. And if it wasn't for Doris or Fiona, I don't think we'd have done that. So thank you very much.
I'm so glad that we were able to be a part of that research. It's information we all needed but didn't know where to find. So thank you very much, Ivan and Dr. Samuel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the end. Is there anybody who has a question? Let me just see. Question, comment, sharing. You have them. Okay. That means you have to stay until the next 2 speakers have spoken, and we shall have that opportunity. We cannot go away without listening to a team that has supported us right from the get-go. You heard us paying tribute to Dr. Spire Chigundu. He was here last year. He talked about endometriosis in such a passionate way. It was something I'd heard but never understood. Even when we contacted him for this symposium, he was already at a yes. And then FET took its course. But from his hospital, we have Dr. Nalumansi Walusimbi, and these names, I speak them with so much respect. Mama Senga Wabana Bange, please come and speak to us briefly, like 5 minutes. Just give us tell us what's happening at Henrob and how everything is going.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Yes, I'm Dr. Justine Walusimbi Nalumansi. I am the medical director at Henrob Hospital. So, as you know, the late Dr. Spire was so passionate about a condition called endometriosis. And endometriosis basically complicates fertility. It's the commonest. Can you give me some slides and I give you some? Yeah. Okay. So I think every fertility specialist has encountered endometriosis. It complicates everything. And sometimes it's an incidental finding when you're assessing a woman for fertility. And it has an effect on the quality of life. It has an effect on the economy of the socio-economic status. It has an effect on the quality of the oocytes. Basically, it mixes up everything. So let's look at the figures briefly. Over 174 women in the world suffer from endometriosis. And this is a chronic debilitating disease that affects about 1 in 10 women. And about 30 to 40 women who have failed to have a child actually have endometriosis. And about 80% of the women, can you move forward, are unable to do their activities of daily living because of the pain that comes with the illness. Someone is not doing me justice. So what actually happens is that, as you can see, it takes about 10 years to diagnose endometriosis, because for some of the women, it is painless. Over 50% of the women, it's painless. And even in good hands, you may not tell that you're actually dealing with endometriosis. So what happens is that in endometriosis, the pelvic organs get messed up. I don't know. Help me with a picture of a normal pelvis. Anyway, so what happens is that endometriosis will really affect the pelvic organs. So it causes so much pain. So that's a normal pelvis. And in the next slide, we have what happens when you have endometriosis. So you have this chronic pelvic pain. The woman cannot actually have sexual intercourse. They cannot go to work to make money. And this happens because most of the time the woman cannot be diagnosed. And even when they complain about pain, they are called lazy. I think you heard from one of the speakers. Because they miss work because of pain. Most mothers will tell you periods are painful. So a take home for us that let's not normalize menstrual pain. Any pain that stops a woman from going forward with her activities of daily living actually should have attention. And the best diagnosis in our society is a transvaginal scan with a trained radiographer, a trained endometriosis gynecologist. You'll be able to map out the disease to be able to give the effective modality. And not every endometriosis should be treated surgically. You can use medical modalities. But sometimes when it is very advanced, you can be able to stage the disease and you give appropriate surgery. So I'll take this opportunity to remind us about the late Dr. Spire. He was so passionate about endometriosis when he found out that most of the women actually had endometriosis. He did not only cause the awareness, but he went ahead to study it, to create a quick diagnosis program, treatment program, and follow-up. And because of him, most of us have got to know the impact of this disease in our society. So let's take half a minute of silence in his memory. Yes, may he rest in peace. And Henry Hospital continues to be the center of excellence for endometriosis diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Justine. And Dr. Sematimba wanted to add just two things to that. And Dr. Sematimba is coming from Crystal Medical Center, the director of Crystal Medical Center. You're welcome, Dr. Stephen Sematimba, as we wrap this up. Just a few minutes to add on to what she's said.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Sematimba Stephen. I am an advanced laparoscopic surgeon, also an endometriosis surgeon from Crystal Medical Center. It's unfortunate, being the last presenter, even the technology has failed us. But my presentation was a bit very visual. Our endometriosis is here. It's with us. We encourage everyone to, especially the medical workers and the community, to be aware that menstrual pain can't be normal. There's something that lies beyond menstrual pain. I have a very good image. We get next slide. This is a frozen pelvis. Most cases, when we are starting management of endometriosis as a laparoscopic surgeon, we used to find so many patients that we couldn't do nothing about. And it used to beat us like, you can't start anything. And from there, we devised mechanisms of learning how to help patients with endometriosis. And indeed, with work in progress, we have been able to master the art of helping patients who are suffering with this debilitating condition through numerous trainings and symposiums like this and so many other gatherings that have helped us. There are so many conditions that are similar to endometriosis. That's why it's very confusing. Most people are being managed for infections. Most people are being told to go and conceive, you'll be fine. And this starts as early as some kids primary. And they are told everything is okay. Pain, you'll be fine. Wekoza, something like that. So as we move forward, because it has a very big impact on our society, we hope that our government comes in handy and other organizations that are responsible for the
that are responsible for reproductive health to help in awareness of this disease. It's a monster. I call it an enigma. It's a monster because it's been around for a long time. People used to think Africans don't suffer from endometriosis, but when you start doing laparoscopy, you know that this disease is around. Like Dr. Justin said, it's affecting almost 1 every out of 10 women. And almost 20 to 50% of the patients that we sent to Dr. Muyongo for IVF because of endometriosis. And also tells you that most of the time most of these patients come late. Why? Because the diagnosis takes so long. So as I go down, I encourage whoever has some energy or whoever can put in energy to create awareness about this disease. Please help us so that all of us win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sematimba. Now the name that was in my head. May he rest in peace. Wow. You've done it. You've done it. Clap for yourselves. Each one of you. You were here before 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11. It's now 6 almost. And we're here. We're still full of life. We're still learning. Thank you very much. Before we get into our closing remarks, a few people wanted to just comment. Let's hear from the audience. Just two, only the two that put their hands up, and a third one also. And then we'll go to the closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Pamela, and I also I've been through infertility. I'm 50, I've not had a child, a biological child. I've adopted 2 girls. And the reason why I'm really excited to be a part of this is also just to try and have some sort of mindset shift in a way, you know. I was thinking, whereas I've given up on all of you who are much older than the kids, the youth now, you have been raised to feel like infertility is a curse, right? But the children need to be told while they are still younger that actually you can fail to have children, and it's also okay. I know as Africans, not having children is such a taboo, but it's also okay not to have them, right? It's also okay for us to adopt them if we can. It's also okay not to have them at all. It's okay for you to have asthma and actually not outgrow it and die at whatever age still having your asthma attacks. Why can't we also be okay with not having children? So this is just a twist on the other side. That let's start early and speak to the children to know that, you know, there are certain things they will not have. And it's okay. And maybe if I was told that while I was younger, I should not have gone through all the traumas that I went through. You get it? I would not have gone the lengths that I have gone through trying to conceive. Some of the women who have died trying to have IVFs would not have died if they only accepted that it's okay not to have children. So I think that as you know, fertility advocates, is it fertility advocates, or we're trying to break the silence, let's go down to the children and get them okay with the fact that infertility is like asthma, it's like cancer, it's like everything else, and it's okay. And it's okay not to have children as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you. Yeah, you missed Pastor Sarah Seganish had a really deep one on that as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Paul Chibenge. I'm borrowing a branch from Dr. Piri, Dr. Piri's presentation, and the student talking about the emotional stress and the costs of IVF. I think from what he said, and I'll agree with him, that not every infertility needs IVF. Okay? Yes, you don't need IVF. I'm sure all fertility specialists here will agree with me. You have a man that is normal, zoospermic, and you have a woman whose tubes are bilaterally patent and all other factors normal. I don't think a doctor will write that you need an IVF. And also, the chairman of fertility, the president of Fertility Society of Ghana last year, he said very well that what they are doing in their country to cut on cost and access is that they have gone on to train nurses to be IUI nurses. Those ones who can do the services right all over the country. You can do IUI on an examination table in your consultation room. You don't need to do IVF to tell a woman to have sexual intercourse, FSI, you know. So what we are doing in that respect, we're setting up Sally International School of Fertility Medicine, and we are going to be able that we can teach people to do IUI, okay, because of the cost and access to solve that as a problem. So let's not lose hope. Yes, they went through a lot of hell out of IVF, but there is hope ahead.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Dr. Chiwenge. I remember that discussion about the doctor in Ghana and how impressive it was that the nurses are learning to do this. And finally, or not yet, but yes.
Thank you so much, Doris. My name is Cindy. Allow me share 3 things quickly. First of all, I want to thank my doctor, Dr. Sally. I had 9 IVF, but that is a story for another day. Issue number 1 that I want to front is there are women that we support, women and men, that go through physical violence. And I was hoping to get the legal team here that we can partner with and refer these men and women to them for a legal support. That is 1. Number 2, my husband is a reverend. And one of the things that we battle with so much is assisted reproduction, seen as playing God. Every single day we are having questions around that. And my appeal to this house is that we should bring more priests, that male priests on platforms like this to kind of bring different perspectives. We need a religious perspective to the assisted reproductive health that we are trying to resolve. Now, I work in Lira. We come from a rural area. The work that we do is not really known. I want to thank my friend Judith, who is trying to help us to get into a space where our work can be known. And for me, it's a passion because of the journey that my husband and I went through, that now we founded a CBO called Enable Motherhood Uganda, where we support men and women struggling with infertility, but in the rural areas. I am happy that today I met quite a number of doctors that I knew the name, but I had never met them, and we've been referring patients to them. Dr. Davis, I want to really appreciate you, and we've been referring patients to Dr. Sally, and they have been coming. But we have an issue. When a patient comes from the northern part of Uganda, first of all, the journey is hectic, and then when you come, the main issue we face is the waiting time. So you don't have a relative within the city, and then you have to sit the whole day, you have traveled in the night, and some of them are working class, and you have escaped from work. So if there could be some form of inclusivity that caters for people that are coming from hard to reach areas, you shorten their waiting time, I think that would be good. Then lastly, we have this issue of persons with disability. If someone has a hearing impairment and also issue with the sight, the question is, how do you support such a person to actually benefit from a fertility treatment? That's the question that came up, and we were not having the answers to. So we thank Doris and Fiona This, to me, is a prayer that has been answered. And someone rightfully said, let the symposium not only be centered within the capital city, at least let us move to the villages. And we have so many people we support that are not even on WhatsApp. Then to the media group, we need guidance. We have people that are sharing their stories. They write it down. They're comfortable writing it, but they are not comfortable being on TV, okay? So how can we support such people? How do we amplify such voices from the grassroots? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cindy. Very good points, very valid points. And in fact, on that note, media team, please put that QR code for the evaluation, because there's a question there where we want to know their other topics that they think we should be discussing. And I think Cindy has brought out quite a number of those. But one of the things she mentioned, Mrs. Irene Mutumba here had whispered to me that she's felt by the Spirit, led by the Spirit to try and go into. Mrs. Mutumba, would you like to say something about the mothers who travel from far and don't have relatives to stay? And
oh, I was actually caught off guard, but thank you very much. So as I was sitting here listening in, I realized the gap for psychosocial counseling or support is very important. So I whispered that, and that was a secret to Doris, that actually I can actually use one or two of my apartments for this, especially for people who have confidentiality issues, because sometimes some people might want to just come as a couple, as an individual, to, you know, to be diagnosed or supported or counseled before or after. So for me, I am an entrepreneur. So everything I have had here, I'm thinking business, but with support. Thank you very much.
see, we already have a place where we might be able to put those mothers. Please don't leave without having the conversation. I am a connector by nature, so what I do is I connect people. Dr. Sally, in 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say two things. One, IUI. I think we should be very careful about IUI, because you can't do IUI when you have blocked tubes. That's very important. So we don't want to go out that IVF is not needed, IUI you have to do, make sure the fallopian tubes are open. And if they are open, doesn't mean that actually they're functioning. They could be actually beaded or zigzag, and the only way to know that is through laparoscopy. So don't take that you can buy Clomid, Litrizol, whatever, and do IUI. I think that's a misleading thing. So we have a school, but those we are going to teach them that don't do IUI. Indication for IUI, there are very few impotent. I mean, the man is impotent. Yes, the other factors are as well. Don't IUI is, I see very few patients for IUI. Lastly, and very important, I'd like to acknowledge my wife. I want her to stand up here, because she's the one, she's been a supporter. She's been my nurse. When I started the clinic, she was doing the nursing job and also financing. We had to sell some of her to get mortgage, sell our property to get a business. So she's very, very supportive, and that's why even she's here sitting next to me. I'd like to thank her so much. Please, they didn't see you. Please stand up. I want you to say something. 2 minutes.
Sorry, we've passed the 2 minutes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. These are my children, and we walk together. I want to encourage you not to give up your dreams. You'll get it. And thank you to the ladies who have spoken out. I told one lady that if I lived in your generation, I'm sure I would be speaking out. But my generation, you are supposed to be seen and not heard. Thank you very much. We'll be praying for you. The counselors are there, and if you need help, and we are here. You ask. Please don't suffer in silence. We are for you. We are supporting you, and we want results, and the results will be God. God bless you all. And the men, our sons, don't fear. Don't fear. Speak out. I know you can think that, oh, my ego, my what. There are so many things we have. There are so many things like, I won't say. But you speak out. Find someone, or find someone not intimidating for the men like the mamas or, you know, our age group, who will lead you to someone who will help you. Everything is possible. Thank you very much. I didn't have a speech.
Thank you, Mrs. Sally. Wow. 2 announcements. There's stuff on sale. One of them, for myself, I'll speak the Kalango. There's this book. It's called He Calls Me Mama. It's written by me, myself, and I. The purpose of this book is really to help couples on this journey. The Endometriosis Foundation of Uganda also has some merchandise out there. If there's something you can pick up as a gift for yourself or someone, please pick it up. And speaking of spouses who support their other halves, ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate with me Mr. Derek Ngoga. Please stand up, Cyril, and come towards the front. This gentleman, this morning was on a plane, flew here to come and be here to support his wife, Fiona. Now, if that's not love, support, and a man who's very confident in who he is and what he has, I don't know what is. Over to you. He's our closing remarks giver. Over to you, Derek.
I don't know how to follow through from that, but it has been a long day. It has been a very, very long day, I bet, for most of you. What I'm very confident about is that there's a lot that has been shared in terms of learning, in terms of just the experience being seated here, getting to know that there is a lot out there that you share in terms of your experiences, in terms of what you can actually aspire to. And I'm very proud of Fiona, what she's doing. I thank God that she's in my life. I thank God that we have 2 boys together, and I look forward to, you know, more time together, that we're actually able to do something. And I know that she has so much in mind. We talk about a few things here and there. But today is a day, I think, like any other, where we just give thanks. And I would also like to just send and express gratitude. She has mentioned it. She shared with me the names of a number of people. Special thanks to the sponsors. There are quite a number: Ministry of Health, there's Sheraton, there's Nation Media Group, there's Twine Shots. You can see them with the behind the cameras. I hope I haven't missed anyone. There is Henrob, Bethany. Sorry, it was a bit of a rush there. But also special thanks to a number of people. I've seen quite a number of people who I hadn't seen since last year. Dr. Mark and your team, really love what you're doing. Thank you so much. Dr. Sally, thank you so much for what you're doing. Really appreciate it. I would also like to express special thanks. I mean, Dr. Andrew left earlier, but I really love also what he's doing. He's been very supportive in the background. There is, I'm kind of processing some of the expressions of thanks that I need to share. But all in all, I thank you all for coming today. It has been really lovely having you here. And I'm hoping that this will not be the last time we actually get to see each other. I'm hoping that we shall have more interactions. And I know that what Fiona has set up with RHF is to have more interaction, more sharing, but at the end of the day, that the lives of those that are affected by infertility, as it would be, are improved, are made better, and yeah. Thank you.
I think to just help with the thanks. I gave him a list of the thanks to give. But yeah, to just re-echo what is shared, we have a number of people who have come through it, for us. And I think, as I shared earlier, that we cannot do this alone. And putting up this event takes financial resources. And we thank our sponsors who've helped us. There's Bethany, there's Henrob, there's Nation Media, there's LifeSure. And in a special way, I thank Dr. Mark and the team of Neogenesis, because for a very long time, I mean, they have supported us. Every time I go to Dr. Mark, I think he's tired of me begging for money from his office, but he has not tired and he has not stopped to support RHF and its programs. We also have international partners that we would like to recognize. We have the International Federation of Fertility Societies that joined us this year, and we are so grateful. I know that they are online watching, they've been live streaming. We are very grateful for the support and the partnership, and we know it's only going to get bigger from here. We thank Ferring Pharmaceuticals, and I cannot begin to express my gratitude for Ferring, but they have really come through for us, and they have really supported us. So we thank you very much, Ferring. And we also thank Dr. Maggie Mutumba in a very special way, because she has, basically the international connections that I have, she has connected me to them. I do not take that for granted. I thank her very much for her support. And I know she's watching and she's rooting for RHF, and she's very excited about the work that we are doing. And I know that she's going to continue to, just guide us in the next steps that we should take. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Thank you, Dr. Sally and Mrs. Sally and your team. We appreciate the work that you're doing and all the support that you give to us.
I think these two deserve a standing ovation and a round of applause. Media team, please put up that QR code. I ask you, I beg you, please scan this and give us your evaluation of this event so that we can make it better for next year. Also, everything you've discussed, please don't think it's staying here. We've been taking notes. We're going to compile a report that we shall share with all of you for you to see what was discussed, if there's any input that you'd like to give us. And then hopefully from this place, we are now going to get into further discussions with the Ministry of Health, with the Parliament, with WHO, and with all of you partners on this journey. It's not stopping here. Fiona's dream is bigger than most of us are seeing right now, and only she knows how far it's going. The rest of us can only support her to make sure it comes to fruition. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Doris Miti Chimuli, for those who missed it earlier. I have been your host for this event, and I'm also the board chair at Rainbow Hearts Foundation, and we look forward to working with each and every one of you. Thank you very much. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. Amen. Go safely in peace and love. Please make the connections. Before you go, can we come all the way up to the stage here and just take one big group photo? Twinner shots, please organize us into this photo. Mrs. Mutumba, let's take a quick photo before everybody disappears. You need to show that you were here somewhat. Okay? Yes, Dr. Sally, as always, is always giving. Even last year, he gave us some amazing books. There are books for free by Dr. Sally. If you want to pick them up, please come forward. Fiona, you'll be the one to bring everyone to the front. Dr. Sally, Mama Sally, Dr. Mark, Dr. James. Let's come up here. Maybe some people can. Do we sit? Do we stand? How do we do it? Twinner shots, please come and help us organize ourselves. Do we get some people to stand? Do some people go up and some stay down? Fiona, please come up. Yes, Derek, please join us. Doctors, please come up here. Mommy and Daddy, please come up. We even forgot to mention that we had Fiona's parents in the room. And the boys, please come. Mom and Dad, please come. Mr. and Mrs. Kavuma, thank you for sitting through this event and for supporting Fiona always. Thank you so much. Let some people go down, but let's have Mr. and Mrs. Kavuma go up next to Derek. Ladies, please come down. Daddy, please go up. Go up next to Derek. Ladies, come down. Diana, bye. When I'm dictating. Okay. There's still space. Right. Okay. Come closer. Do we need some chairs? Do you want to be part of history or do you want to be told about the history? So if you want to be part of history, please be here. Even I think, should we put some chairs here? Can we put some chairs here? If you want to be part of history and to say, I was there, this is your chance. Don't wait to be told and you say, Kalina Bidaba, I should have paid that 100K. Okay.